This has nothing to do with anything that we were talking about earlier. Let's play some Dwarf Fort. So Putnam fixed my save file. So we are absolutely... to keep playing. I think that cut my microphone off, but we are absolutely a go to keep playing my current fort. So yay! Which now makes me think, should I go back to the beginning of that siege and play it again? Or do we continue where we left off the last time? What would you guys prefer to see? It's up to you guys. Because yesterday was like the last 2 hours of the stream was just kind of borked, to put it politely. Let's back up and see the battle. Alrighty, let's dive in then. Okay, so the Cyclopean Domain, let's see. Late summer, early autumn. So I do actually have limited saves here. But I can go to late summer, which is the earliest one that we have available. Yeah, exactly. Also, hi, Cajun Bard. It's good to see you, dude. Hope you've been well. You're hatless. You're leveling up. Oh, well, this is after Siege, I guess. I did too many autosaves yesterday. What was wrong with the save? Okay, so just a quick TLDR. The frame rate was pretty bad in the fort. It was sitting around 40-ish. And I was... you know, just doing what I do in Dwarf Fort and playing and fighting and catching beasts and dealing with the lowest frame rate, but it was okay. We were doing just fine with it. And then I got hit by a siege. And when the siege came in, the game just hard locked when I went to go dump lava after the fight was over. And I was like, well, shit. I can't play this. And we sat for about 25 minutes and the game didn't unlock till I eventually gave up and crashed it intentionally. The game never crashed. I crashed it. Then it happened again on a redo, and then it happened again. And then I was like, okay, so let's try changing some settings. Let's actually make sure all the settings are back on. I tried turning on and off temperature. We tried turning on and off multi-threading. We tried a few different things and nothing fixed it. It just happened every time when I would go to dump the lava. And then I tried again without the siege even being there. I dumped the lava and it happened. Couldn't figure out why. And so eventually I just kind of said, fuck it. And we went and played Tokyo Extreme Racer for like 2.5 hours, which I had a great time. And a lot of people tuned out and it was fine. But that game's fun. And then when the stream was like, but before the stream was over, I sent Putnam the save file and said, hey, like if you want to try this, try it. It replicated, and it caused a pathing overflow, which completely broke the game's pathing, and it put it in an infinite loop. And according to her, this is something that shouldn't be possible. So she fixed it and pushed a patch, and it's out this morning. I tested it already once, and it is totally fine. We're not going to be able to go back to the beginning of the save of the siege because it looks like all of my saves have it already destroyed, unless I go to the early spring, which I don't want to go back that far. That's too far. That's 2 seasons. So we'll just go with what we have. And not only does the lava work as it's supposed to, but my frame rate also went up by a lot. Putnam says that her fix shouldn't have anything to do with frame rate, but we'll see if that's still the case and if it remains higher, because in my 15-minute test this morning, where I just let it run for a bit, the frame rate seems way higher. So we'll see how this goes. So the game used to hard lock when this lever got pulled and the lava would fall. So if I unpause the game, you guys can't see the frame rate because I'm blocking it, but It's a good, like, 10 FPS higher than it was before. It's a little bit lower now than I'm streaming, I think, but, like, 48 is still, like, 18 higher than it was yesterday. So it's quite a bit better frame rate-wise than it was previously. And we can let the lava flow. And previously what would happen is it would hit... where is it? I think it already hit it. It would hit this armor right here, and then everything would break. It would hit this steel breastplate, and then the game would just die. Also, For the Horde and Morel died somewhere in the fighting. But yeah, this is the fix save. Chat, has anybody else seen the patch give you save or frame increases? Because like Ilmirin's saying someone said that. You know, Shy Pandemonium, I will forget who you were talking about when you say Katar. I know that you're referring to your dwarf, but like, if I seem confused at some point, just remind me that that's the name of your dwarf, okay? I'll remember probably for this week, but by next week I won't remember. Yeah, your dwarf's good. So let's do a run through of who's alive in the fort. And also, Dwarf Redemptions should be up. And as a reminder, this is a crowdfunded stream. So I make money from the audience. We don't do any sponsored time. Also, recently I've been getting a lot of people pestering me for sponsors again, which is actually a good thing in my opinion, because it means that the industry is healing. Me being annoyed by people pestering me wanting to give me money to play games I don't want to play is a good thing, because it just simply means that there's money coming into the industry again, which is a positive because it means that the streamers you like will get to pay their rent. Although it's a negative for me because I have to say, please stop emailing me. I'll email you if I need you, which I hopefully never will. So the living dwarves are YouTube, Bastet, Belug, Man O Peace 420. If you don't hear your dwarf name called, just shout and I'll search to see if I missed them. Romanoid Trell, Flaccid Yam, because I do sometimes miss them in the list. Hilmar, who died in one of the timelines but survived this time. Lightning Roger, Origin 64. Let me know what kind of dwarf you want, Greg, and then some. Beard or no beard is the other question. Enter Bunny and Hashtastrophe, who's the manager, not the mayor. Journey, who's alive. From the YouTube chat, we've got Q and Green Tea, we got Wolfist Wolf, we got Bone Doll II. Excuse me. We got Mathlock, we've got George II, we've got No Food 36, we got Nate, we got Nestor, we got Justin TV, we got Leo R, we got Raiklu. I don't know why I'm burping. Red Fogel the sequel, Shy Pandemonium, Swaggin Kessel, Shogun, Freeways, Anon 4, V, Donut, Zalvi II, Flame Thief, Alluri, Corpse Man, who's probably getting close to being an adult now. Keyfry, Sharpshooter, Tapioca, Bioactive, Magu Kome, and that's everybody. Lots of dwarfs, yes. You live, Anon 4. You live. Anon 4, I don't know if you were here yesterday, but you had the most epic fucking run around the outside of a forest fire picking off goblins outside I've ever seen. You went upstairs to the surface to go pick up some equipment, and then literally did like a full half lap of the up above ground map, picking off goblins one by one while the entire map was burning down, and the only reason you didn't die was because you did handlebars across a river. And I didn't tell you to do that. You just did that unprompted. You like your dwarf grabbed onto the bottom of a tree and shimmied across the goddamn river. It was one of the most badass getaways I've ever seen. So we gave you your own squad. It's just you, but you're that cool. So yeah, you live. Cool guys don't look at forest fires is what he did. Clockwork Dragon. Actually, was it goblins or humans? Actually, I think it was a human siege. Yeah, it was a human siege, not a goblin siege. But there was also some beak dogs and goblins. But I'm pretty sure actually that was a human siege. So it was cool enough that we made you a statue. That's how cool it was. And we made it out of billet, which is Beer Dwarf's favorite material. Did it die? Did what die? No food. Oh, or did you die? No. It's very dwarfy and also, yes, very metal. So I need a miner. Which miner would you like? These are the miners we have. Also pineapple's alive. I missed pineapple. We got Ast, we got Muthcat, or Aban. What is this stock market going on in chat? It's a mini game from 2015 that was kept around due to popular request. It's mostly just a way to track how many hours you've watched the stream for and brag about how many points you have that don't matter. Someone was once worried it was a crypto thing. It's not a crypto thing. There is no value and it doesn't matter. It's all made up and the points don't matter. But if you type in exclamation point tickets, you'll see how many you have, and you'll see the number of hours. I also haven't changed the wording. It's kind of like an artifact of old Twitch that I've just kept, because why not? Muthcat is the one you want. Have you had a dwarf in this fort before, Greg, and then some? Also, YouTube folks, the first person to place 3 ticket emojis in the YouTube chat will get a dwarf if you don't already have one. Because somebody just typed in exclamation point tickets in YouTube, and I find that funny. Just as a joke. That's amusing. This dwarf lacks confidence in his abilities and dislikes abstract discussions, would much rather focus on practical examples, is bashful, and is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and is not the type to reveal personal information. Wait, what? He tends to not reveal personal information. He does not go out of his way to help others. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and has a calm demeanor. Works for me, Tim. What kind of dwarf would you like? He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He's quick to form negative views about things and needs alcohol to get through the working day, likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family and personally thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity, respects power, values hard work, and finds leisure time wasteful, and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and dreams of raising a family. Oh, also, Stone, you'll find this amusing in regards to how the game broke because of your favorite number. This actually directly relates to your favorite number. The game broke at... This is Putnam's description as to why the game broke. I will read it word for word. Games only using the least significant 2 bytes of walkability maps for some operations, and one of these operations happens to be an infinite loop. If it's detecting, it's not setting things right. If it's detecting, it's not setting things right. And it is detecting, it's doing that because, and it is detecting. This is a run-on sentence, so this is hard to read. It is detecting. It's doing that because 67,000 is the same thing as 1464 or whatever. And it just so happens to line up in this specific example. I sent this in the patch notes. It should be up by tomorrow. So, 67,000. Just saying. Anyway, this dwarf personally thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity, respects power, values hard work, and finds leisure time wasteful, finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and doesn't see cooperation as value, and dreams of raising a family. He likes mudstone and black bronze, as well as citrine and crossbows and graves, as well as amulets and tapirs for their floppy noses. And the words of the crested wall and the sight of the meandering lyrics, and when possible prefers to consume moghopper prickleberry wine and absolutely hates large roaches. His dry hair is straight, his very long beard is neatly combed, his very short sideburns are neatly combed, his very long mustache is neatly combed, and his long hair is neatly combed, and his slightly close-set bronze eyes have very large irises. His ears are extremely narrow and his lips are slightly thick. Burr is his deity, and is a member of the sect of Amethyst. And he's horrified after being haunted by the dead. Well, sorry. Okay, no ghosts right now. This fortress is catching forgotten beasts. These are all the forgotten beasts we've caught, by the way. You appear to have been here since the year 381, so you've been here for 6 years, and you have no friends. Man, imagine living somewhere for 6 years and having no friends. It's too real. Now, anyone obtuse? Do you want a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard, Tim? But if you want an odd job... Say, chat, what's an odd job in Dwarfort? I'm thinking like maybe a dyer is an odd job. Maybe like a woodcrafter is an odd job. I don't really have any gelders. There's actually like too many fishers. Metal crafter's kind of an odd job because I don't really do it much. Presser's an odd job, that's for sure. Do we have any pressers? I do have one presser named Ton. Let's go with the presser. Tim, aka Ton Boot Groups, does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations, works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He finds humor in most situations and is inattentive to detail in his own work. He often acts with compassion, finds obligations confining, though he's conflicted by this for, well, more than one reason. And generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about much anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting and does not care about fairness. How is today starting in the fort? We've read some names of dwarves and that's it so far, Soki. Apparently the issues yesterday have been fixed. He likes lead and harlequin opal and mangrove wood, as well as toad leather and hemp fabric in the color light blue, quivers, catapult parts, and soybean plants for their milk. Wait, you can make soy milk in Dwarford? What? I don't think that's a thing. Chat, can you make soy milk in Dwarford? Really? Huh.
Have a nice broadcast.
I mean, I'm more of an almond milk guy myself, but Adra the Metal Outlaw with the 70 months! Chat, can I get a round of beers for the man's flexing in my chat? I'll have you know, I saw Municipal Waste last month, 2 months ago, and it was great. That's all. It's the third time I've seen them. Dudes fucking... Fuck. That's all I can say about them. These guys are awesome. Mill and press soybeans. I guess. I basically never use mills or pressers, so I need to look this up now. They can be... Soybeans are an above-ground garden plant. They can be planted in all seasons and are edible only when cooked. Some dwarves like soybeans for their milk. But it doesn't look like they're... Must be able to turn seeds into milk. Yeah, so I guess if you press it, according to the raws, it'll make soy milk. Well, okay, so look, I'm looking at the raws right now, and it says, must be able to turn seeds into milk, as a note. Pref string, milk. I don't see any interaction. I mean, there's that, yeah. But it does. It just says it's cookable. It doesn't say that it's pressable. Let's go here. Yeah, it doesn't look like you can. What's up, Goat Dev? Anyway, that was just a weird side tangent. Maybe a mod? Yeah, but it's in the vanilla game. I mean, there's probably a mod to do it. That sounds like the sort of thing Tekken's mod would do, but... Also, Queuing Green Tea is making an artifact at a clothes shop and has run off and is making something. So let's follow... Well, actually, let's zoom out a little bit so that it's easier to follow, and I'll move the camera a little slower. But I've got to pull all of these before I forget. So plan for today. We're going to continue working on that arena because the, like, gridlocking of the game kind of threw a wrench into my plans there. That's the first thing. The second thing is we are going to try to, like, build up on these defenses a little bit. I'm thinking, because chat keeps asking me to build shotguns. I could very easily just put a line of shotguns along the side here, depending on exactly where I put them. Like, I mean, how many layers is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I could probably cram some in here. Like what? Oh, I need to turn this on. I feel like DF Hack might be turning this off. Where's the edge of this? Yeah, I could probably build a shotgun here. Although this cavern layer being here is actually very annoying. Like, very annoying. Kind of super inconvenient for this. Because you need them to be 10 layers off the ground in order to be going fast enough to... like, from right here, right? In order for them to be going fast enough to actually be able to fire, they need to be 10 layers up. So I just need to find a place that goes up 10 layers. Wait, maybe here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I could do something here. Yeah, I could do something right here. We could do some shotguns. It wouldn't be the most convenient, but I could do it. You can fill shotguns with literally anything. I was thinking lava. The other thing I could do, because I have shit tons of lava, is I could try and make a lava mist generator. Which would basically just be dig a trench and dig a trench that make lava minecarts go up and down, 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 repeat ad nauseum. Which ideally would make lava spray everywhere. The other thing I could do is I could go up a layer like up to here and then basically make a circular minecart track that fills up with lava periodically up here and then dumps it down here into a lava holder underneath a different lava reservoir. And what that would do is it would basically cause splashes to happen, which would set things on fire. That could be fun. So like set things on fire while also firing minecarts at them could be a lot of fun. How long have dwarves had shotguns? Like, how long have players been making dwarven shotguns? It's not an actual thing. A dwarven shotgun is when you fill a minecart up with a substance and then make minecart go really fast and then make minecart throw thing really fast at thing and then thing hit thing really hard. That's a dwarven shotgun. It's it's a term used for firing minecart at thing really fast, but not an actual shotgun. So I think we're gonna let these dwarves chill for a wee bit because honestly, I feel like they need it. I also need to memorialize for the horde. And moral rule. The version that added minecarts. I'll be honest with you, I don't know what version added minecarts. But it would be minecarts in Z levels. Let's just follow this strange mood dwarf for a little bit. I will remember you well. Hopefully we find your body, though. Soy milk sounds like something of the elves. I just think it's interesting that they like beans. It's probably, you know what it probably is? It's probably just a feature that Tarn thought about making, added in as flavor text, and then didn't end up adding. That's most likely what happened. That's usually actually the outcome. I have 2 steel bars. Oh, actually, some tasks I should unforbid. Just looking for forges. I'm looking for, oh, they must have just canceled is probably the problem, actually. All right, that's fine. You believe you were melted for the fort. Did you run in first and then go die gloriously? Yeah, I can't remember exactly what killed you. Like, I mean, I'm aware that you died, but... But yeah, the other thing that I want to do today would be to start trying to think about digging down into the gem spires. And in regards to the comment from YouTube chat, soy milk sounds like something of the elves. I feel like soy milk would be a human product. Because, like, that just kind of, you know, it is a human product. It's not the dwarfiest thing for sure, but... You mean Dwarf Fortress is a game of ideas that are in perpetual state of catch-up by the team? I can't tell if you're saying that as a genuine surprise or a joke. So I will take it as a joke and be like, yeah, kind of. I don't think the elves would bother. I think the elves would just ask the soybean plants to just milk themselves. Elves are very efficient, you know? Like, they don't actually have to do much work. Everything does the work for them. They just kind of hang out in the trees and sip tea and eat peaches. And honestly, it seems like a pretty good life. And pet their pet giant sloth or whatever. They're just the Swiss Family Robertson of Dwarfort. Pigtail cloth, quartzite blocks, sheep leather, bronze bars, llama leather, and a caravan from the Dwarfs have arrived, and stray gazelle bone. And the wagons have passed their inaccessible site. I wonder whether it's inaccessible. I mean, like, it's almost like the gate's closed and, like, you know, the front door's full of fire for some reason. Strange. Anyway, we should let them in. Well, I mean, the elves kind of do, like, a thing that Japan does as well, where they just kind of convince... They ask trees nicely to make things in shapes that they need, which, honestly, also seems pretty chill, you know? Like, who wants to do, like, heavy manual labor when you can just be like, hey, tree, could you, like, make me... I don't know, a cup? I need to go get a drink. And then the tree just grows it for you. Seems like a vibe. Or like you need a new shelter. It's like, hey, tree, could you grow me a shelter, please? Okay, I'm actually going to turn the underground burrows on again. But I'll leave this on so that they can go above ground. They just won't do it primarily. Also going to open this. And I'm going to go to you. We're going to start grabbing stuff. Yeah, I mean, Tarn actually, in the Future of the Fortress, which I've done the scripting for and part of the voicing for, I just haven't finished editing the video yet, although I may end up making a DF News video first. I'll probably do those this weekend. No, I will do those this weekend, not probably. The thing that Tarn actually mentions elves because of a question in Future of the Fortress. And he mentions something that they used to be able to do, which he says he can't do because of how trees work now. But back in the day, elves used to be able to summon ents. So basically make the trees come to life and attack you. My god, it would be cool if they got a summonable entity or something again where they could just, like Tarn said, like, he can't do it the way they used to because, like, they can no longer just, like, send ents. They can no longer animate trees because of how trees work now. But my god, it would be freaking cool if you could just, like, you know, get attacked by the trees. But this was, like, back in the 2D Dwarf Fortress days. Like, Dwarf Fortress was a very different game back then. I have a rhinoceros in a cage that isn't tame. If I trade it with them, will it release the rhino? I think I'll start it training and then see if I can sell it to them. That's a lot of items. Holy shit. Okay, I'm also going to go down here and just add everybody who's in different squads into this main squad. Because I just need more focused squads right now. And I need to go through dwarves and find other dwarves that would make for good squads. Because you kind of want all of your really good dwarves in a squad that you can, like, focus on. Without a bunch of recruits in it, so I know who to send when I'm going to go attack something. And being building breakers. It would be really cool, and this is me speculating, this isn't a thing, this isn't promised or anything. It would be really cool if Ents were, like, just basically animated logs. So, like, if you have a wood stockpile outside or something, and the elves are like, stop chopping down trees or you'll regret this, and then they show up and then the logs attack you. Like if they could just basically be necromancy, but for trees. It's like logs are attacking you. I made this joke the last time I talked about this, but it would be a good reason to tell the elves to log off. And if they're attacking you with giant bird mounts, you could also tell them to log off and stop tweeting. So log golems. Yeah! Yeah, exactly. Canada's worst nightmare. I have a question. What in the world is a necrobotanist? Why are there so many stairs? What, this fort? There's a lot of stairs in this fort. What's my opinion of the older versions? What's your opinion of the older versions of any game? They're older versions. They're inferior in some ways and different in other ways. I have no interest in going back and playing them if that's what you're asking me. I played them when they were out, and I am looking forward to new versions. Best powers. What's up as well? I'm skimming through YouTube chat to see what I've missed. Does anyone know if there's some way to grow a specific type of tree? Not in the vanilla game, no. You don't get nether cap in any cave layer. It highly depends on what exists in your region, and different trees above ground and underground have different requirements for natural spreading of them. Plenty of people do. I don't. SWG. The improvements, there are a few things I like more about version 0.47, but I played like 7,000 hours of that version, and I'll tell you this, the ability to build on top of floors without having to deconstruct them, the frame rate, the just the added clarity, the changes to how jobs work. There's a lot of things that I very much prefer about version 50, and I'd say the only thing I prefer about version 47 is digging too deeply and greedily is less annoying. That's about it. That's like and yeah, quite literally, that's the only thing that actually bugs me about the new version versus the old versions. Are you asking me that, Tippo? I don't play MT. I don't play MTG. You're a VTuber and your lore is you turn dead things into plants. Ah, sorry, I would never mess with your OC. Here I was thinking it was like you study dead plants or plant diseases or something. I can't pronounce this word correctly. I know what it is. It's leg armor, but anyways, offers it to the head cave clobbering. Chat just yells at me whenever I say it, so I won't. I'm gonna place this here. Waves. Yes, I missed the waves in the graphics. But like, that's hardly game breaking. I could care less about the hotkey changes, SWG. Like, it's one of those things where when I initially started playing version 50, sure. Yeah, no, I was irritated for like the first hour. I think it took me about 6 hours to get used to the not having the old hotkeys anymore, but the benefits massively outweigh the negatives for me. On version in playing version 50 versus older versions. Can't you remap them? No. So yes, but a lot of the old hotkey combinations, a lot of the menus aren't hotkeyable in this version, and a lot of the keys that were required to do certain functions are now coded in ways that make that impossible to rebind the way it was previously. Which, whatever. They still look cool, because you can still, swap to ASCII. And look at them, Clockwork Dragon. The one other thing I miss about version 47 was the ease of modding it, graphically. Because, like, in version 47, there's, like, 32 sprites. I think it's 32 total that you need to edit. Like, it's easy enough that I can open up, like, MS Paint or GNU image manipulation software GIMP, or Photoshop and like edit them and make my own tile set. Whereas now there's like 6,000, and the ASCII version, which is, you know, this, also has way more sprites, like way more ASCII. Although I do actually prefer the ASCII in this version, specifically because they added more colors. And I fucking love the way the caverns look in version 50 plus in ASCII. I genuinely think it is gorgeous with the added colors. Like, it is cool as hell to me. Especially after staring at it for so long in version 47. So I love the additional colors. But I miss the ease of modding it. In what way, Dr. Y? Also, yeah, if I could change one thing about the Steam version, pulling this from Urist McDwarf, if I could use this screen with the modern UI element buttons, I would probably bring back the make me play ASCII for 1 minute redemption thing for funsies. Well, that's not good at all. Gun Beast Occam has come, an enormous stegosaurus with lidless eyes. It has a pair of spindly antennae and a bloated body. Its emerald scales are round and set far apart. Beware its deadly blood. Hold up. Please have a child around that can pull this lever. Where's this beast? Well, it's right here. Let me check this. Are we set up? Yes, we are. Is the gate shut? Oh, I actually have a hotkey for this. Yes, it is. Okay, so we are currently okay because this gate is shut. Problem is, are there just shit tons of dwarves outside? Yes, there is. We have to fight this thing. We have to fight this thing because of where it is. Because if I try and lock the door, dwarves will get caught outside. So, unfortunately, this one I don't think can be added to the collection. It's also moving really fast. Also, Battle Sully? You mean like... like the guy from Gilligan's Island? It's not transparent if there's nothing underneath it. As in, yes, but. If glass is on top of a wall, it won't be transparent. But yes, glass is transparent. Oh yeah, that's another thing I like about this version of the game. Wait, what? Where are you? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Anon 4, it's your time to shine. Well, it's time for Anon 4 to do battle once again and continue earning glory. He bashes the Forgotten Beast in the left front leg with his iron warhammer, bruising the muscle, and bashes it again in the left rear foot with his iron warhammer, fracturing the bone. This is actually good that he's got an iron warhammer because this thing has deadly blood, right? So because it has deadly blood, you don't want to cut it, because if you cut it, then you'll get covered in blood, which could, you know, inflict whatever the effect of said deadly blood is on your face. So he's whacking it, so he's going to bludgeon it. Let's let the game run for a little bit. Speaking of blood, there's no blood. Bashes the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with his warhammer, which bruises the guts, bruises the lung, bruises the guts, fractures the bone, chips the bone, fractures the bone. It's missing him entirely. He did have to block one shot. He didn't dodge everything. He also bashes it in the iron hammer, jamming the left true ribs through the right lung and tearing the lung. He's restless after being unable, this he went to the hospital once and he hates it. You know, honestly, mood. I agree with this dwarf. Wait, you improved miscellaneous object? What miscellaneous object did you use in a fight? Bashes, iron warhammer, warhammer, punches, warhammer. What did you use that was miscellaneous object training? It's all just your warhammer, though. He didn't hit him with his shield either. It must have been that. Okay. Because shield is considered miscellaneous object when you whack. He's continuing to fight. He's getting tired now, though. The beast is winded and bleeding and cannot breathe. Him getting tired is what'll kill him. Creature's still winded, and he's just bashing it. Come on. Seems like the creature isn't really fighting back much anymore. He's biting it, bashing it, whacking it, thwacking it. Bites it in the rear leg, tearing the muscle, latches on firmly. That's probably not wise with the deadly blood and all, but, I mean, hey. Just don't swallow, yeah? Satisfied upon improving armor. Well played, dwarf. Well played. The amount of practice that goes into mastering a skill is so impressive. I mean, if you insist, the Forgotten Beast, Zastarura Zakanzo has come, a great one-eyed hornet. It has 2 horns and it belches and croaks. Its dark tan exoskeleton is rough and cracked. Beware its poison sting. Yeah-huh. Okay, well, this one's a lot further away. This one I can seal off for the time being, I think. Oops, wrong screen. Also, I love it when it's just like, yeah, that's just a big bug. It's like a one-eyed hornet. It has a stinger. Surprise Pikachu. It was my last day on the job. You know, I'm expecting Anon 4 to have some sort of like, it's my last mission kind of grim ending. Okay, that I remembered to seal. Hey, chat. Keep an eye on this hornet for me, would you? I have to pee. I will be right back. All right. Cool. It's still where it needs to be, so that's good. Forgotten beasts don't need to eat or drink, so they tend to just kind of swim sometimes. What happened to the old fortress? You mean this fortress? I'm still playing it. Unless you're talking about a different fortress. Which fortress are you referring to? Because I've been playing this one now for almost over a month. I also ate a handful of sunflower seeds. I'm trying to balance my blood sugar. My blood sugar. Continuing to bring items to trade. Also, an ad is playing. I'm just going to let it run. When the... Oh, scrolls are contraband. That's interesting. When the ads are done, I will... unpause the game. Pond turtle amulet, that I can get rid of. Although we're just trading, so I'll just let the trading happen. I'll pause if anything exciting happens. No, Romanite troll. Somehow mixed the number up and thought I remember. Nope, definitely have not had a fortress. What did actually happen to last fort? Yeah, Mind Arch, I retired it because it got too annoying to run. But the bug that made it annoying has since been fixed, which is kind of funny. But also, I'm so happy about the fact, by the way, that like reclaiming a fortress no longer makes you into the capital. I tested that last night, and that does work, which is awesome. Also, some migrants have arrived. Let's see if there's any good militia additions. Hate skill. Uh-huh. The first two. Very much no. Pet peacock. You have a little bit of fighting skill. Wants to practice a skill. Admire art. Craft an object. Over-reliant on advice. Well, that's fine. What about you? Hates the law. Good with language. Values merriment. No. If only. Philistine. Very ambitious, always looking for a way to better his situation. Dreams of raising a family. Hates skill. Why are you all hate skill? I love the way the Amaranth sprite looks, now that we have it. You have some combat skill in terms of raising a family. Sacrifice be the height of falling. You brave. Grant thinks she's important, is kind of nervous. Overbearing, bad with words. Austere, recovers quickly. Hates sacrifice. Sure, you can join the military. You can reclaim any abandoned site that is not currently occupied on the map that is on the same tier of a fortress from Dwarven factions. So, you can't reclaim a capture or a destroyed Helix, but you can reclaim a destroyed fortress from the AI. Yes. In fact, that's what Mind Arch was. It was a reclaimed AI fortress, and you can also reclaim your own fortresses. And if they've been destroyed in the time you've been gone, the population will be different. I had an instance of a fortress that I made a little while ago, which had a population of 5,000 goblins in it shortly after I retired it, because it got invaded and taken over. So I spent 3 years in game invading it repeatedly until I killed all the goblins and took the place back. When I did that, I off stream actually went and reclaimed it, and there was a population of 250 goblin citizens there. So I theoretically could have just started a fort with 250 goblins in it that I could play as, which is kind of awesome. Personally, disregards tradition and values tranquility. And then the one dwarf that I put in charge. There was literally one dwarf there. So it can lead to some fun outcomes, actually. Spitalier, thanks for the gift. Appreciate you. That's the 3rd notification of money of the day? And then no 4th, but the 2nd gift of the day. Thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. Wasteful. I'm mostly just checking these to see if they would make for good dwarves of particular tasks, because I'm trying to rebuild my military. So since we have a migrant wave, now is not a bad time to go for that. You want to practice skill? You do have low stamina, but you're tough. In terms of creating a great work of art, values merrymaking. Doesn't mind a little tumult in Discord. You'll do fine. I'm looking for high stamina, values of skill training, and I'm looking for not afraid of danger, basically. So dwarves that are tougher, dwarves that value learning skills, and dwarves that don't hate the military, or dwarves with some sort of bravery stat. There's like 1 of 5 stats I'm looking for, basically just things that'll make them either less prone to stress whilst in the military, or just enjoy the process of training in military, because you don't really want your dwarves to be super upset for kind of no reason. Brawlers can be good, although brawlers can be bad. Like, as an example, a brawler is a dwarf that's more likely to start a fight. 1 random dwarf you got. How that? Spitalier. That's what I clicked on first. Sure, works, okay. Because, like, oops. It's, the reason that brawlers can be bad is, like, if they do start a brawl, they're more likely to win. Less work for your doctors, but I will often put brawlers in my military and just keep them busy, because they only really brawl if they're drunk. So just don't let them hang around the tavern too much, and you should be fine. Also, this dwarf wants to practice some martial arts. Maybe I'll toss this dwarf into the military. Spitalier is an overinflated sense of self-worth. Relies on the advice of others during decision-making. Is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. Has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Often feels lustful, and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. Acts with compassion and is a friendly individual. Doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and occasionally overindulges. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill. Yeah, we're putting you in the military. She personally finds the idea of fair dealing foolish, and cheats whenever she finds it profitable. Deeply respects skill at arms. So, like, that's one that you'd want to throw in there, right? This means that they will have a more common need to practice some martial art, and then that will, make them enjoy it more. Has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, values independence, and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless. Like zinc and cinnamon and glossier, as well as giant pond turtle shell, amulets and pigs for their sense of smell, and the words of the crested wall, and when possible prefers to consume turnip, wine, and cow's milk, and can't stand hamsters. What else about you? You have several friends, including the broker, Burr the blacksmith, Solon the bookbinder, and Attis the fish dissector. You've never killed anything, and you've lived here since 381. Welcome to the fort. Turnip wine. Wine made with turnips. Turn up early and you'll find out. Whatever floats their boat, I guess. Trust me, it's far from the strangest liquor in Dwarf. Actually, I wonder what a turnip wine would be like. Because, like, I feel like it'd be closer to a vodka, wouldn't it? Because it's a root vegetable. I've never had a root vegetable-based wine. Like, I feel like that would be more of a distilling process, if that makes sense. Romanoid Trall meets with the Baron Consort Zatan, who also happens to be the outpost liaison, and they say, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. You continue to impress. I've come empowered to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. And there is much to share. We've updated your information in world info. And I'm going to be like... Actually, I'm going to be like, I should probably stop the lava from flowing down there. Because I'll bet you it's getting pretty full. I'll bet you it's getting pretty full. Chat, what should I request? I don't really need anything. Actually, because it's because we're in the era of they hopefully have wagons. I could request specific rocks that I don't have access to, such as iron ore, actually, or just platinum nuggets. Chat always wants me to request pets. They don't have anything interesting, though. They just have the defaults, and I already have more than enough of what I need. So I'm not going to... I won't do that, but... Where it's raining literally the whole time? Yeah, that can happen. I mean, different areas have... Like, the difference between, like, a temperate forest and, like, a rainforest, yeah, rainforest's going to... Like, a jungle's going to be a lot wetter. Different areas have different amounts of rain. I like claystone. I'm going to grab some claystone, too. So I'm going to request... not lignite. I'm going to request platinum nuggets... and hematite, I think. You just order clay, it's cheap and easy to remember, and it satisfies the migrant encouragement? Yeah. They have a need for toys. Well, I have to make them toys, apparently, which is totally fine. Chat, remind me next year to sell toys. I've got so much coal on this map, dude. Like, I've got tons. Like, if I just go here and type in, yeah, I got plenty. we are good on coal. Santa's got his, supply for a very long time for the naughty kids. Yeah, I kind of wish that they would remind you what they asked you to bring. It's like, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Did you manufacture? And I trust that you have a good supply of amulets to sell us or something, you know? You get paid for more. That's it. You get paid more. Goat Dev. It's one of those things that, like, it would make more sense if the economy was more important, but supposedly that's what the map changes are going to emphasize as time goes on. So I know I've said this a lot recently, but I'm just very excited right now that we are back in an era of rapid DF development because I'm out of platinum though, Jody. That's why I'm not doing anything with platinum. It probably also helps your relations with them. Yeah, because it clears it on the world map when they arrive, right? Okay, I'm just gonna trade right now because I'm a little worried they're gonna leave. Look at all the fancy medals they brought for me. How nice of them. I'm gonna buy the chains because I'll probably need those. I'm gonna buy these barrels, but yeah, none of those I need to get rid of. I'll buy the picks because I'm too lazy to make picks most of the time. Buy the bags. Don't need the meat. I'll buy the fish. Don't need that. I will buy the fruits. I don't need the thread. I'll buy the paper. I should start making quires, actually. They also brought me some quires. These are for my scholars, the quires. I did ask them to bring minecarts, so I will buy the one steel minecart. Maybe the iron one as well. I'll leave the ones that aren't lava safe, though. Buy the crutches and the splint. I'll also grab the cheese. And actually, I'm just going to go here. Oh, that's a Boyer's Workshop. Missed the... Just going to make some quires. I don't generally stream on weekends, no. I will be on tomorrow, though. I don't stream on weekends because I edit videos on weekends, and historically, at the very least, views have been worse on weekends, and I know this might sound crazy, but sometimes I do things on weekends, and so if people are expecting me to stream, that just kind of sucks. But if I ever set up a cheese industry, we've had a cheese industry most of this fort. I just don't have it automated because I don't like running out of buckets mostly. It's probably also, oh, actually, I need to go here and let them bury all the bodies that are back here. So there's going to be some put items in tomb tasks coming soon, probably. What are the children up to? I think I have them on item hauling. So they're probably all pretty busy, actually. No, they don't. Probably, Jody. They only get upset if you don't request things. Okay, so now we have quires here. So something I can do now that we have quires is I could actually make a scribe and get them to make copies of books. And they will make this number of copies of each book. So currently we have 28 objects. So I could like say one copy per thing, and we could then chuck somebody in as a scribe. So we've actually got 2 that wouldn't make bad ones, but I'll go with the fish cleaner because you're useless as a fish cleaner. I don't need no fish cleaners. So now that I have a scribe, and once they're done making pig iron bars, which I will just tell them to stop. Oh, you're gonna go collect sand? Fine. I was gonna say maybe you'll go write a book, but no, you're gonna go collect sand instead. That's fine. This question is only for Chad. Does it fixed? What? I don't. What fixed? You know, I don't understand this reference, Dr. Y, but I hope you don't run out of buckets. I give these as a gift. Let's see what a day in the life of my mayor looks like. Sleeping. This dwarf has a really cool costume because of the artifact cape. They're also carrying around a scepter, which is pretty awesome. They've got 2 artifact rings on. That's pretty cool, actually. As a solid or blunt rep, it would be a miscellaneous object. It's a rock salt scepter, so... I mean, it would certainly put some salt in the wounds. I really like assigning artifacts to my nobles because it gives them, like... Also, the scar on your eye looks bloody awesome. Okay, we're just gonna forget about the fact that it's your neck that... Unless it's just such a big scar that it goes all the way up and over your eye. We're gonna forget about the fact that it's actually supposed to be on your neck, not your eye, but I will take it because that looks awesome. Trust me, there's more old shoes where that came from, so... Just gonna go conduct a meeting. Really wants to craft an object. This is something that I often do. I often give the mayor a crafts dwarf shop that is only assigned to them, that I occasionally let them do a task on, but I'm actually going to turn this on because you apparently really want to go craft something. So let's let you go do a task. And then let's go down to here and say, well, this is very full. This is the cleanest this area has ever been. So that's good. I'm going to go up to here. We're going to close this sucker. Actually, where's... It's you that's connected. No. Is it you that's... Yes, it's you that's connected to this. We're actually going to shut these pumps off. And not drain this. Because I have another bridge I have to connect. What? Oh. I was very confused for a second there. Basically, I'm going to leave this open, but I'm going to turn the pump off. And what this is going to do is it's going to allow me to do some modifications in the drainage up here. And then go down to this. You've already been pulled. And go to this and give you a pull. Dwarves can be jealous. I'm not entirely sure what that actually means. My presumption is they're more... Because a lot of the personality traits means they're more likely to get into arguments with other dwarves for one reason or another. My assumption on the jealousy trait is that it means that they're more likely to get into arguments with dwarves that have a high ownership value. Basically means they'll get into arguments if a dwarf owns a lot of items and they don't. We get the cool whoosh. Just gonna go sideways here. Look at that. I do need to mine out a bunch of this so that this drains quicker, but I love the way this looks. I love doing sideways drainage. Should make this like have pools in it or something. Like the vertical drainage going down in here is quicker. It's more efficient, but I very, very much like this. It's going to take forever to drain because we're also doing the top. Although a lot of this is already drained out. Like, oopsies. If you actually look here, this whole center section is empty already. But more is coming in from up here. You should be open right now. I want you to drain. Because this is still running, but this one is not. So this will drain all of this, and it'll drain all of this eventually. Merchants have left. So this is going to get a fill up again, which it is now. But we'll eventually have this drained. It's just going to take some time. It's going to take some time. So we'll let that do its thing. All right. You're conducting meetings. Let's go back to the mayor. See what the mayor's up to. Have you... Sometimes I just, like, go out of my way to let mayors complete tasks. But dude's got so many meetings he needs to have. The very least, like... You know, we met his deadline, so he feels jovial. Jovial's a really good thought. And also, he is conducting his meetings in a very good setting, which is also very good for him. Let's see, is there any tomb tasks taking place? Yes, there is. Easily the coolest part of premium version is the portraits. Every time you make a new fort, you always make a unique outfit for each fort. Yeah. I don't generally specify that much, but I know lots of people do enjoy that. I'm seeing puppies running around. Do I have a breeding pair of dogs? I've been trying to keep... Well, okay. Actually... I'm going to slaughter some of them and just try and keep the numbers... Well, actually, how about instead of slaughtering them, I just gild all of the male ones? And then we make some war dogs. Yam! What up? Leave the puppies alone? No! That is all. Well, war dogs when the puppies grow up. I love the fact that Flaccid Yam is bonded to this rock. You know, I'm going to do this. I'm going to war train this rock, even though they're chained up. And I'm going to assign it as a pet. Because that's just really cool. I have 2 pet rocks, yes. But they're both male, unfortunately, so I can't breed the rocks. Which truly is just a shame. Like, I really wish that wasn't the case, but... You know, it is what it is. Okay, so the other thing I gotta check. Let's go down to this, and then assign a billy goat. And then also, just gonna go up to here real quick. Start just mining out this stuff. Just let them do that. See where we're digging currently. If there's anywhere that I'm unfamiliar with. I mean, apparently there is a female rock that's related to the younger one, because it's a father and son, those 2 rocks. So if we're able to get a breeding pair, that would be great. We've got a forgotten beast, which is named Golgan Orgiz. It's a towering, hairy salamander. It has large mandibles and a bloated bod. Its hair is unkept. Beware its deadly speed. It's in the middle layer. I think this is the middle. Yeah, it's in the middle layer. So this one can get to me, I think. The Froth of Holes. I hate it. How much has it killed? It killed a forgotten beast named Gacket. And the Grizzly! The forgotten beast. So it's killed 2 beasts already. I think we need to catch this one. Don't I have a way into this layer? Why not? I thought I did. Well, shit. This would be very easy to dig, though. Whoopsies. So I think what I'll do, because you're connected to a lever and you're connected to a lever, is I'll just chuck a... I will chuck a bridge right here, and I will make another bridge equivalent to the one on the upper layer. We are, in fact, adding it to the collection, yeah. Or I would like to, assuming it doesn't run away. Also waiting for that goat to be dragged down here. An ad's about to play. When the ads play, I will do this, pause the game, and you won't miss anything. Oops. Or you shouldn't miss anything. You know, Ratman in YouTube chat a while ago said the coolest thing about Premium is the portraits. I think that the coolest thing about Premium is how accessible the game is now. It's like, is it identical to what it was before? No. Is it still the same game under the hood? Yeah, more or less. But a lot more people can enjoy it now. And I think that that's really cool. Like, genuinely, like, that is the value to me. Is the fact that so many more people can play it. Or more people are willing to put the time in to learn it. And you tried the free one several times? Yeah, no, totally. But yeah, we're going to have to build a little bridge in here and try and catch this beast. You know, honestly, I found that the Lazy Noob Pack made it harder because you had to learn not one UI, but 3. And if you didn't really know how DF Hack worked, running DF Hack without the knowledge of how it worked, back in the day especially, the game would crash a lot more. What? Hold on. Serverlord, what does playing Dwarf Fortress have to do with Twitch Turbo? Panthemachus, hello. It's good to see you. Also, like, some of the tile sets that were, you know, used a lot and very popular in older versions, some of them made the game more readable and easier to play, in my opinion, and some of them made it harder. Also, some of them made it more crashy, like the super graphically intense, like the graphically varied ones would make the game more crashy. So some people would like recommend a tile set and it would just make the game break unless you enabled certain settings after you launched the game. Also, YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. There's 64 of you watching and 20 likes. We can do better. DF Hack, in my opinion, isn't something that everybody who plays Dwarf Fortress should use. Great Dev. It's absolutely a useful tool, but to me, I put it in the same kind of bucket as something like Cheat Engine. Is it a useful tool? Absolutely. Should everybody use it? Maybe? I at the very least wouldn't use it until you've played enough of the game that you feel competent playing the vanilla game. Because it enables some things that you might want to disable. And if you learn the game with DF Hack, you're going to learn some things that could take away from the experience if you don't realize that they're not vanilla features. That's all. Yeah, I mean, like, that's one reason why it's useful, Ragnarok, but I still think that that's something that they could just fix in a patch by just simply, like, people need to yell about this more, but you can fix that by just simply turning them off when you start a fort, right? And I do that. That's more of a issue with the game, not an issue with DF hack, though. Many people will tell you it's essential, Goat Dev, but to give you an idea, in the olden days, back when Dwarf Fortress was just the free version, people used to be like, well, I'm not going to play the new patch for the next 6 months, or not 6 months, 6 weeks until DF hack updates, because they literally couldn't play the game without it. And now that's not really the case. It's not really an issue anymore. The game does update quicker. But, like, personally for me, like, I have DF hack running. It's right here. But if I enabled everything that it does by default, there are whole aspects of the game that are just completely automated, which I don't like. And also, it adds UI elements. And a lot of those UI elements I don't like. There's one that's normally, like, right there. Like, if I just type in enable overlay, this one says 14 hostiles. I don't want to know how many hostiles are on the map. I don't. I don't want to know that number. Because Dwarf Fortress hides information, and in my opinion, that makes the game more fun for me. It might not make it more fun for you, but it makes it more fun for me, not knowing everything. So I know that there's hostiles on the map, for one thing, because there's Forgotten Beasts on the map that I've trapped, right? But, like, if I'm getting sieged and there's 200 siegers on the map, and I kill 194 of them, and I'm like, well, the siege is done, and then I open the doors, but there's one guy left who's close enough to path back in if he sees me, if he sees my dwarves, paths back in and fights my dwarves. I like that because it's a oopsie that I made. This makes it much harder to make that mistake. I like the fact that I still make those mistakes. Does that make sense? So, like, in some instances, it surfaces too much information by default. And it's pretty hard to tell. In my opinion, you'll do a better job learning the game if you turn that stuff off. So, like, use DF hack. It's a great piece of software, but play the game in a vanilla state long enough to know what is a DF hack feature and what isn't, so that you know what to enable and disable if you decide to start using it. Yeah, I mean, if you're super picky about stuff like that, I could see that too. Like, you know, everybody has their use cases, right? And everybody has their reasons for liking different features. And if there's a feature that you like, that you want from DF hack, then yeah, use it. Like, it's fucking, I'm not gonna judge you for that. Go nuts. Have a good time. Enjoy the video game. That's the point of the whole frigging exercise. And it's a single player game. So if you wanna, you know, cheat to all hell and back, enjoy it. It also does enable some things that if you kind of want to play the game basically in like Minecraft creative mode, it kind of enables that, like build now, dig now, stuff like that. What am I doing here? Rock mechanisms. You don't need Dwarf Therapist. I know one person who still uses it, and that's because he has a Twitch application related to it that he uses it for. Just don't use it. It's not necessary at all. They've changed how jobs work enough that you really don't need it. Although I am historically a Dwarf Therapist hater, so. Can you answer the question that I asked a couple of minutes ago? My default response that my brain really wants me to say is no, but I'll scroll up. Got a very deep fort and then something happens near bedrock. Rest happens up top. My smelters like to live upstairs and they take ages to smelt anything. Is burrows the only way? Just assign them to bedrooms down close. I mean, yeah, you have to use barrows. More or less, yeah. If you want to be super specific about where different people live, you basically have to use burrows. I mean, I don't like doing that. Or like assign all their tasks to down below or something. You could sort of do that. Wait, what? Oh, this one never got connected. Shit. It's a good thing I checked that. Not really. Lanix. What's the plan with your fort? Exclamation point goal. Is the plan with my fort. Okay, well, moods are improving pretty steadily now. There's still tomb tasks happening. So many jobs. So many jobs. It's gonna take so long to drain too. Jesus Christ. Well. No, you have to manually assign them bedrooms. But if they're soldiers, they won't accept the manually assigned bedrooms. So you have to manually assign bedrooms. That is something that you have to do. So here's the thing. I can answer questions about mechanics of Dwarf Fortress, but when it comes to very particular fortress design decisions that you've made, the amount of help I'm going to be to you is probably not going to be what you want. Because if you've decided to build your fortress a certain way, I can't, I'm not going to be of any help. You've decided to build your fortress a certain way. I mean, as you do. Lanix. Is that a Forgotten Beast? Yeah, one of 14 currently on the map. This is the 13th I caught, so we're trying to catch our 14th now. I've just got 2 levers to link up first. That's 1. And this is now 2. Is it better? Sure, but it's not necessary. Really enjoy my content. You love watching and especially love listening to you while you work. Thank you, and keep doing what you do. It's awesome. Well, thanks. Glad that you watch and you get some value out of it. Appreciate you, mate. But yes, that is in fact a Forgotten Beast that is running around in the caves. Also going to check something real quick in the background here. Okay, no. I was worried the YouTube dashboard crashed again. It kind of looked like it did on my end, but it didn't. Have you manually assigned them the bedrooms? Sneaky Dragon. I said that already once, and I'm going to say it again. You just say they prefer living downstairs. Have you manually assigned the bedroom? You click on the plus button on the bedroom, and then assign the dwarf to the bedroom. Have you done that? Because that's what you need to do. And then they will sleep there. Will they travel to the surface? They will go to wherever the nearest dining hall is to eat. There's too many bedrooms and too many smiths. Then I can't help you, man. Then, sorry. You want to do something specific, do it. Or don't. No, they will not pick a bedroom that's close to where they work. They will pick the closest bedroom to them where they happen to be when they decide they want a bedroom. Click on the bedroom, and then click on the smith. They prefer to live where everybody else is, where the biggest supplies of food is, where the most supply of the things they need are. If you haven't provided that down in the basement and you're trying to split your fort in half, you have to use burrows. Can't help you otherwise. But if you want them to sleep somewhere specific, manually assign them to a bedroom. If you want them to eat somewhere specific, manually assign each dwarf to a dining hall. Outside of that, I can't help you. Okay, so I'm gonna need to turn on in fortress, turn off that, go here. Oops. Go here and erase this. I'm sorry if I sound like I'm being kind of terse, but I don't really know how else to answer these questions. Okay, let's also go here real quick and just forbid all this so that nobody accidentally runs up through here. You dislike micromanaging stuff. Well, you're building a fort that requires micromanaging. So if you dislike micromanaging stuff, don't do it then. Dwarves also do travel pretty quickly. But if you build a fort that requires micromanaging, then you have to micromanage it. But what Big Mongoose is saying, like if you want dwarves to stay in a particular area, you have to cater to that particular area and set it up accordingly. Give them reason to be there. I wouldn't say dwarves are lazy. They'll work for weeks at a time. Without sleeping, drinking, or eating. We're making very, very fancy toys. Kids will love that. I would say that, like, Bam Bam, out of all of the colony sims on the market that are popular, Dwarf Fortress is probably the least micromanagey of them. God, I can't see the UI at all when I don't have my glasses on. Ended up with a piece of dandruff on my glasses lens. Like, you don't have to micromanage at all in Dwarf Fort. You can. You do it once? Yeah, it's more like a complex initial setup, even than micromanaging. Okay, let's catch another beast, shall we? Wish us luck. I mean, this all goes back to, uh-oh. Oh no, they have a way up. This all goes back to Tekud's attempt to, what's the word? Joey Hertz, thanks for the 99 pennies in the YouTube chat. This all goes back to Tekud's experiment of, how long will my dwarves live if I just leave them on the surface and don't play the game? He set the frame rate to 1,000 and just let them hang out on the surface. They powered through the initial batch of food and drink in about a couple months. And then nobody died for 2 years. So they're actually pretty self-sufficient as long as they have access to some sort of liquid to drink. Yeah, but if you have 20 bedrooms to assign, that's not that finicky, right? Another thing you can do is assign those dwarves to those bedrooms and then assign the specific dwarves to the specific workshops that you want working down there. Like, what you're building requires some micromanaging, but I'm not going to call it heavy micromanaging. The amount of time we've spent talking about this, you could probably have set it up. So where's that beast? This is the menu I need. Oh, it's gone and run off. Well, let's wait here for a wee bit. actually curious about how much access this is going to give my dwarves to this cavern there. Not actually that much. It goes to about there, and then it goes up, then it goes up, then it goes up, then it goes up, then it goes up. Goes, okay, actually quite a bit. So it's, yo, I could make a pretty cool waterfall right here. That would be a big waste, but I should probably go explore this actually after this beast is dead. Or not dead, in the fort. Assuming it didn't run off and die already. Well, I mean, the alternative is what I was describing, which is go through every single individual dwarf that you want in that area and assign them to things. So you have two options, burrows or the alternative. They will also sometimes still leave the burrow if they're in a case of dire need. It's not going to like permanently lock them down there. I'm worried that the beastie here has vanished. I'm just going to go over to here and try and expose... Well, actually, what I really need to do. Let's go over to here. Actually, let's just do it this way. And then I can get that fortified and we can peek out there and see what else is around. I just want to get a better view of the cavern because maybe the beast is just off screen and we can't see it. Because then some other dwarf won't claim the job of mining the next block while another dwarf is mining the previous block still, and then you have to wait for the first dwarf to leave and the second dwarf to show up. Does that make sense? Basically, it allows the dwarf who's already mining the area to just keep mining that area. It'll speed up the digging, is the short version. Because suddenly two tasks become available, and in the time that one dwarf mines one, another dwarf could claim it. I mean, I generally roll that way, Emperor. I mean, I'm very much in the I don't really like micromanaging camp, but that's one of the reasons I like this game so much. Is like, on one hand, yeah, okay, I don't know where that beast went, so I'm just going to close this lever so I don't need to stare at this nonstop until it shows up again. But, yeah, I tend to very much kind of sit in the, I'm not a huge fan of a lot of micromanagement in games. But as I said, it's one of the reasons I actually really like Dwarf Fortress is because it's a game that, like, does it have micromanagement? Certainly. But because of the amount I can ignore it, it actually, like, genuinely puts the game at a higher level of enjoyment for me. What's the mega project? I'm catching 50 forgotten beasts in containment chambers, and then I'm going to make them fight hell. That's the mega project. Also, Craftsdwarf not found is a very apt name for a Craftsdwarf. Because they're not where you need them when you need them, you know what I mean? Demonster wants to join the military, I think. Ilmirin. The one in the dining hall right now. There's more than one, probably. I mean, which one do you... which one you want? 50 seems a bit overkill. It's called a mega project. At the rate that they've been appearing on this map, I could probably go for 150 and still, like, catch them all in a relatively reasonable amount of time. But we're going to need a lot, Donna Minstrel. That one. Please elaborate. Whichever. Okay. Not you. You, then. You had a dwarf in this fort previously, right, Ilmirin? Can you remember how many? Was it 1 or 2? 2 ill, 2 Mirren. Okay, so then 2. We'll just go with that. She is gripped by crippling shyness and becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, prefers to be alone and is made deeply uncomfortable by difference in appearance or culture. Tends to avoid physical confrontations, works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess, has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and often feels discouraged. Is grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors. Does not tend to be swayed by emotional appeals. Is quick to form negative views about things, and is often cheerful. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and has a calm demeanor. Often acts with compassion and has a greedy streak. Tends to be passive in discussions and exhales sharply when she gets angry. Her hands are animated when she's surprised, and she talks very loudly when she's excited. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally believes that peace is always preferable to war. Finds introspection to be a waste of time and sees competition as wasteful and silly. Respects perseverance and dreams of creating a great masterwork someday. And this dream was realized. Like saltpeter and gold and bone opal, skunk bone, the color rose, and rabbits for their ears, the words of the fancy meditations, and the sound of the euphoric butterfly, and prefers to consume giant sloth and quinoa beer, and rambutans, and absolutely hates bats. You know, I've been kind of hoping that some dwarves from the last fort would show up in this one, but literally none of them have, which is kind of wild. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And they're not that far apart either, which is the crazy thing. Also, this is why I do the curves. So this dwarf is the one that got here first and is just digging this out. And then this dwarf walks all the way here to do this. So in the time that this dwarf has walked all the way here to do this, this guy's made it a whole nother chunk the way through. Thank you for the super chat. GIC. In the YouTube chat. Are Forgotten Beasts hostile to each other? Yes. The fort I started immediately got all crippled by dwarves from your previous one. In the first migrant wave? You see, like, that's not usually a thing that happens to me. Usually they just kind of show up sporadically, periodically, but in this case, I don't think I've had a single dwarf migrate from the previous fort. At least not any named ones. There may have been some unnamed ones. I think I may have noticed one that showed up. I did have a migrant that was part of a previous trade caravan, which was interesting. Like, had a trade caravan show up. And then the next migrant wave included 2 dwarves that were soldiers in that caravan, which was neat. Also, it's good to see you, by the way, Donna Minstrel. It's been a while. In this fortress, there's been several were creatures, and they've either died on the way in or not made it in because I blocked them. I haven't seen any vampires, though. This is epic. I mean, technically it is still ASCII. Shoutouts to all of the weed who just subscribed. Did I read your dwarf's description, Ilmirin? I have zero recollection of it. She exhales sharply when she gets angry and her hands are animated. When she's surprised, she talks very loudly when she gets excited. I genuinely have no recollection of reading this. You're kindred spirits with Hashtastrophe, the manager, and your friend who was an Axe Lord is now dead. You're also a friend with Hilmar. Personally believes that peace is preferable to war, finds introspection to be a waste of time, and sees competition as wasteful and silly. There's one not engraved floor. Wear it. Which one isn't? Is that one not engraved? No, that's the stairs. I don't see it. I mean, that's not supposed to be engraved. Mid-right-ish. Oh, there it is. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. Blind spots in my eyes. You want to acquire an object and be with family. Well, you have no family, so... that part's difficult. You also want martial training. If I was a rage baiter, I would still be on Twitter. I have floating blind spots in my eyes, so I sometimes don't see things. It's sort of like, you know, when you close your eyes and you see little sparkle colors, it's like those, but they never go away, and they're bigger. Anyway, we're in an ad break now. So I will pause. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for the 2 super chats in the YouTube chat? Although they're both very, very, very small value, but thank you all the same. And YouTube folks, you guys can just hit the heart button a couple times if you like. And YouTube chat, please press the like button. Please press the like button. Let's see if this works. Please press the like button. They haven't yet. It's there's a lot of people watching that haven't touched that like button, and you know, even hit the dislike button. I mean, just hit a button, please. There are buttons. You should hit them. I try not to do that because I find it a little bit too personal, Clockwork Dragon, so it's pretty rare that I do that. No, I got 10 likes. And also 3 people stopped watching, so, you know. You win some, you lose some, you know what I'm saying? And Zoe Beetroot, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription gift. Appreciate you. I was way too specific about that today for some reason, but thank you very much for checking out a gift. No, it's all good. I'm just talking based on a thing you said, Clockwork Dragon. I mean, if you're talking in the chat, you're already subscribed, Ethy, so. I don't have to ask you to do that. It's funny, I never say that in videos, but I do that on the streams. It's funny how this works. Admittedly, I probably should say that more in the videos, but... let's see, have we spotted that other beastie again yet? No. Although I did name the last beast that we caught wrong, so let me fix that. There we go. Now fix that. Let's go back down to here. Get back to work on this thing. I need to fix that, but... when did this get turned off again? Did I restart the game at one point? I must have. Maybe it's swapping to ASCII and back that disables it? You know, there's so much witchcraft and wizardry with the YouTube algorithm that it's hard to How do I board this? It's hard to even, like, clock that they exist because there's so many of them. Balance Monster is your last name. Fist of Alath leather bag. I'm going to wait until they enter the fort. And when they enter the fort, I will tell the dwarfs to kill them. Presuming they even enter the fort, because they may just get caught in cages. That's beginning, yeah. The lag is making me suspect that there's enemies on the map that I can't see. Something is pathing somewhere. Oh. I'm just going to turn off the burrows. I'm really tempted to make a kid's burrow. Actually, I'll just do this. I'm just going to unassign everything from here and then go children. Assign them to here. And then enable it again. Just want to keep the kids underground. I don't really care so much about other things, but this needs to get put into a tomb. There's a lot of stuff that needs to get hauled right now. Let's just go here and say go station there. It's a pretty small world, GIC in YouTube chat. Oh, one of the dwarves saw them. He's got the zoomies. Wonder if he escaped. He may have. He's a novice pikeman, but hasn't been here before. I've had kidnappers show up a second time as siegers, which is always fun. Let's send this squad after this goblin. Ooh, now you're not going to live much longer. Just got stabbed. Stabbed with a steel short sword. It's impressive that you were able to sprint away, though. I think that their only way to exit the fort, actually, is by leaving where my soldiers are stationed. Yeah, they're there. This guy's really got places to be, don't you? There we go. We've got Ubal, who's set to kill. Is just a novice axe dwarf, but hey, this is not a bad training opportunity. Mostly an endurance training opportunity, I would presume. Yeah, it seems like we got one of them. Possibly. Well, actually, no. Was it just this one? No, it's literally just this one that's been fighting. It's actually a pretty tough challenge for these dwarves to catch them. You know, the island I live on is almost the size of Ireland, landmass-wise. Oh, there we go. I got him. Seems like Ubal, the siege operator, got him. Thief killer. There's still... Well, there's this one who's been there for a while. And then there's... this one. Who's also in a cage. Okay, so we caught the other one in a cage. And I've also got a trained rhino that I forgot to move. Well. Speaking of rhinos, how old are you guys getting? Hey, we've almost got some full-grown tame rhinos. We're getting there. Ireland is on your bucket list. What are you going to try and do to it? You're going to try and pull a crime in San Diego and steal something? It must be a big bucket in that case. All right. Sorry, my attempted humor. Let's just set this to right here. Look at the tasks. I basically just kind of want dwarves to keep storing stuff and putting stuff away until... also, I've got way too much wood right here, so I'm actually just going to forbid this. Just fill this stockpile up. I want dwarves to keep storing stuff and putting stuff away until this lava is drained, which it's working on slowly. And the stockpiles are full because I've had way too many hauling jobs for way too long. Basically, I want to be able to scroll down this screen and see more than half of them, like listening to poetry and socializing is what I want. So I'm just, I can also unstation you. In fact, let's set these squads to all no orders and just let them, well, maybe not all of them. Not this new one. Not the new one. The new one's going to continue training, but the rest are all going to go take a break. So you right here are going to keep training. This one can go away because there's nobody in it. As somebody with Irish heritage, I feel like I should be offended, Strix. So the lava overflow, hope it got taken care of. Yeah, Putnam patched the game this morning. So, be happy about that. Actually, how many miners do I have currently? Not enough. Corpse Man is now an adult, by the way. Wow, this dwarf has no needs. How often do you see that? So this is the dwarf who's killed 7 people. Isn't the happiest dwarf in the world. But what I want to check is this. Do I convict this dwarf of their crimes? Because they did kill a bunch of people. I don't currently have a captain of the guard, but I need one. So my question to you, chat, is, do I assign a captain of the guard? And do I convict that dwarf of her crimes? Make Corpseman the captain of the guard. That might be a bad idea. They might be too good at it. Who did they kill? 6 of my dwarves as a child. Abil, Ilmirin, Croc, Arende, Snail, and Stodir. It'll either make them better or worse. Like happier or less happy. They can focus on repenting. People seem to be pro send them to prison. All right, Nestor is now my captain of the guard. And I'm going to go here. And we're going to convict those crimes. So that gives you... How long in prison is the question. 57 days in prison and a beating. That's actually not that bad. And before they are beaten and perish, that would be a shame, but we'll see. Currently, the captain of the guard is getting a drink. Probably needs it. This fortress is actually significantly less happy than it was previously. Why not make them a hammer dwarf? Because you need a captain of the guard for the hammerer to do anything? But first he's going to go pick up equipment. We'll see what he goes and picks up. He may also have, like, artifacts assigned to him that he has to go get. He's crying! Probably from happiness. Depends on how bad the beating is. Yes. Also, I will say the frame rate was better originally. Now we're down to about 30 frames, which is totally fine. I am A-okay with 30 frames a second in the fort. I'm presuming when the lava is done draining, it'll come back up a bit too. You'd cry if you woke up one day as a cop? Would you cry when you saw the paychecks? You know, I'll be honest with you. It's very easy to presume. I need to be cautious with my terms here. I understand like what you mean, but at the same time, there are police out there that do good, if that makes sense. Depends on what portion of law enforcement you're in. It really depends. You know, like my uncle, who still is an RCMP officer, used to always work Christmas because he would just go and break up domestic violence disputes. I kind of agree with that statement, but also have to disagree with that statement, BFG. Yes. The idea is you weed out the bad people. But also, I live in Canada, so the requirements to become a cop in Canada are quite a bit higher than a lot of places in the US. Man, you got over that cave adaptation real fast. That's kind of impressive, actually. Yes. For the Horde. Also, I wouldn't really say that the captain of the guard is necessarily a cop in Dwarf Fort. It's more like the Royal Guard. They're there to, like, carry out the requests of whomever is in charge, which is more like a PMC. We're closer to a PMC than just a cop, per se. Yeah, here you need like 4 years of university. Depending, and it's also it's different depending on what job you want to do. But they are, they're given cheap housing. That's interesting. Escape from Dwarf Fortress. That's not even like how, that's not even like the right acronym. What? Slight pain. Okay, so your toe got smashed apart and your spine is bruised. It's not too bad. Like, trust me, Canada is far from perfect, and so's our police forces. But the one thing that scares me more than cops are the guys beating me up in an alleyway. Again. And sometimes it can be both things. That seems like a bad design then, Armitage. I'm going to connect this to the hospital so that this dwarf can get tended to. Yeah, they get those pretty quick, but soap cleaning will solve that. The only reason I'm prioritizing this dwarf is because of how long this dwarf has been around. Normally I would just be like, well, you're in prison now. Deal with it, I guess. Needs stitches, needs setting, needs dressing, needs immobilization. Okay, so I need to... Actually, do you need traction? Should be fine without. You know, I'd agree with that actually, Jody. The most concerned I've ever been with cops are probably in Vegas, actually. Those dudes seem different. It's creepy. Not a fan. That should get slaughtered. I don't have any yaks that I want. Yeah, sometimes it happens, Shy. The short punishments in DF are more like military police. Oh yeah, no. Like, Dwarf Fortress is definitely like a communist military dictatorship in a lot of cases. Which is actually fucking terrifying. Also need to pasture some animals, so let's just do that. Even if I'm just going to eat most of them anyway. See? They haul soap. Having never played that particular Fallout game, okay, it's taking my brain a second to like factor in what the heck a Securitron is. No. I can tell you that, but they do have a literal like military training camp for their police enforcement. So yeah, this dwarf will just slowly get tended to by my doctors. Like now there's a dwarf doing stitches. Yeah, that's a pro tip. If you ever want like your citizens in Dwarf Fortress to get tended to while it's in hospital, just make sure that it's assigned as a hospital. Just make sure that your prison is also assigned as a hospital. Which actually isn't that bad of an idea. That's a DF hack thing that I don't know how to turn off, Soki, but it's fine. Now you just need setting and immobilization and then dressing. Although you're just cleaning the blood up. Yeah, that's also a useful one. Can you add it to a guild? Yeah, you could. Any meeting zone can be linked to other zones. So, yeah, but the problem is you can only overlap one. Like, I think it would be really cool to have, like, a tavern, library, hospital, prison. It's like the old, like, reoccurring jokes of you just want a car, bumper, sticker, coupon. I do sometimes just straight up put a prison in the middle of my tavern, though, Eurist. It is actually really good for the prisoners' moods, I'll say that. That is very much true. All right, well, progress is slow but steady. Anos in YouTube chat, if you sell lots of stuff, the more export value you have, the more overall money you make. I need to respond to an email. I don't want to respond to this email, but I need to respond to this email, so give me a second. It's just time sensitive. No blind, it's a scam email. It's to do with noise complaints and unauthorized construction happening in my building because, yay, I'm in building management. Or volunteer building management, and I saw some people going in, and I need to respond to it. So I can assure you it's not a scam email. What I said, scam. It's definitely not, but okay. I mean, what kind of rocks are we hauling? Jets. It's mostly the stone stockpile that's getting stuff hauled too. What are you hauling? I am the descendant of the... Well, okay, so my great-grandmother on my mom's side was the cousin of a previous German Tsar. So... It might have been his second cousin. I need to actually go look at the family tree again. I am, like, tangentially related to, like, German royalty. But it's, like, 3 times removed at this point. Which is why I have a SAR coin. Large, long alpaca wool, whatever thing. Buildings are a huge scam perpetuated by big roof to sell more dry. I like my dry, I'll have you know. I really like my dry. My dry is very pleasant and not, you know, full of gangrene. And, you know, general diseases. Do you have any idea how much seagull shit would be right here if we didn't have big roof? Based on the amount that's on my window right now, which is one piece that I need to clean up, which happened yesterday. Yeah. Although I do have a definitely not, but sort of scam that I can complain about once these ads are done. Although I'm going to go refill my water that I just finished. But the ads are about to play in about 30 seconds, so... Okay, so more dwarves are now chilling. See how the count is doing. All right, I gotta go. I'll be right back, chat. Oh no, a ghost? Did I forget to memorialize something? In Dwarf Fortress, visitors do in fact not pay for anything. The alcohol is free in Dwarven Fortresses. It's considered a right. I will just cue that memorial up. But chat, you guys want to hear about the sort of scam? I was very pissed when I saw this last night. I forgot that there were ghosts in this game. I made a whole video about it, man. Who is the ghost? It's Toulon. It was one of my axe lords. But here's the sort of scam. I moved, right? You know, moving's expensive. One of the things I had to do was move my internet connection. So I called them, and they were like, yeah, we can do that. I'm like, it's not going to cost me anything, is it? And they're like, nope. I'm like, cool. Set up the new internet connection. Guy shows up, and he has a new router. And I'm like, I don't really want to rent that. And they're like, well, you've paid off the other one, so we've taken that off your bill. And this one is now going to be good for 3 years because of how much longer you were paying it. I'm like, what? That's stupid. The fuck? But okay, fine. So I got that amount deducted from my bill, which is nice. And that was true. But they charged me anyway. And they charged me a moving fee. So I have to call them to get it waived. Supposedly. So instead I called them and canceled my service. I'm not gonna pay the extra $350 that they want me to pay for that bullshit. My hair color is goals. It's just slightly gray. I look old. People tell me I look old all the time. I don't know if my hair is necessarily gold, but thank you. So yeah, that was a scam. I'm not happy. So my internet bill, which is normally like $120, is now like 400 something. I'm like, yeah, fuck that. Yes, they can, Anos. They can join your fort through adventure mode, or they can join your fort as random bards, visitors, etc. can't find you for 7 years. Unfortunately, because of my job, I'm kind of easy to find. I know that this might be a surprise, but my job does make me rather easy to spot. Also, Corpseman is repentant, which is actually a good thing. Maybe Corpseman can become my hammerer after they get out of prison. No, I called them and told them to waive the fees, and they did. Go dev. So it's just going to take a couple days for that to come off of my bill. But I also canceled my service. So there is no debt there. I will pay the last bill. That's fine. But I've canceled the service. So at some point in the next week, I will be, hopefully, swapping to a new provider. If anybody's even remotely curious, I'm moving to Lightspeed, if you want to go look them up. My old ISP was Shaw, which is technically Rogers. So currently Shaw, Rogers. But where I used to live, the only people who provided service were Shaw or TELUS. And TELUS only does fiber connections and Shaw does coax connections. And the fiber in my old building was so freaking terrible, there was literally no reason to even try using it. Like, it was ancient. You're still angry you don't have Shaw fiber where you're at? Yeah? Well, I mean, I'm in Victoria, so hi. I was in Surrey for a really long time, and what's great is my old apartment building built a... Well, hello, neighbor. My old apartment building built a... what's the word? Had the hookups for TELUS, but it would cost $2,000 to get TELUS T10 fiber, right? Which would allow you to get, like, redonkulously fast internet. But my building said no. And then about 5 years later, they were like, well, we could do it for free. And then the building said no. Then I got onto Strata. And we said, fuck yeah, do it. And they did it. And then I moved the week before it was activated. And now I live in a building that doesn't have the hookups again. So thankfully, basically everybody on the Strata in this building is, like, actually competent with technology, because there's a lot of young people who live in this building. So, and basically everybody on the Strata, more than half of the Strata actually running this building now, is under the age of 30. Or 30. So, that's good. And then the other half are, they're older, but they're, like, sane. Unlike the people that ran the old building that I was in. Where they were, like, spending money? Fuck that. You're walking distance from me, goat. I'll say that. But then again, I'd say anywhere. You could walk from, like, Oak Bay to the far end of it, like, I could actually walk from Oak Bay to Sydney and, like, not have a problem. But, I don't know, wave if you see me around town. Yes, I moved to the capital of BC. And I did that specifically because I don't drive and this place is walkable and I like it here. The weather's better. And it's cheaper than mainland. Like, it was cheaper to buy a place. I keep saying this because it doesn't feel real to say it out loud. It was cheaper to buy a place and pay a mortgage here than it was to continue renting where I lived before, if I moved. Like, my mortgage is less than I would be paying for a studio apartment in rent, which is fucked. But, you know. Whatever is best, whatever is cheapest is the best usually. Whatever is cheapest, but also has fast response times for issues is the best ISP. Rent is gig expensive. Montreal currently. That sucks. I go to Montreal once a year for about 4 or 5 days for Formula 1, and then I leave. And that's the only thing I ever go to Montreal for. Canada, States went crazy. It's not unique to Canada. I'll just put it that way. Everywhere in the Western world has gotten expensive. It's like Canada, it's large portions of the US. It's even parts of Mexico are like kind of expensive now. What do you need? 2 pieces of lignite, cave spider silk cloth, that. You got the llama cloth. What do you need? Tanned hides. Got that. Boulders, bones. It's probably bones you need, right? Tanned hides, yarn cloth. Okay, we got that. Cut gems. Got that. Rough gems. Ooh. You need rough gems. At least this is going to be done draining soonish. It's drained the top level, and we're now down into the lower level. I really need to increase the speed of this thing's draining. Like, this is actually a little silly how slow this is. So Josh the second. Well, your options are, I guess, Ognet, Ust. Yeah, it's one of these two. Do you want the slightly happier one or the slightly less happy one? It's down into the caverns. I just need to increase the size of the actual drainage chamber. They're gonna go in one by one. We're gonna do a lot of corralling. Sej 100. The less happy one, so you want to be asked. Okay. Josh the second, which actually suits you quite well. He never becomes angry after seeing a dead body in 384, and is as avaricious as they come, obsessed with acquiring wealth. He is always tense and jittery, and he is an optimist. He finds chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living, and is conflicted by this since he values harmony as an intellectual concept. He is grounded in reality and doesn't seek out excitement, is quick to form negative views about things, and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Finds obligations confining, though he's conflicted by this for more than one reason, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and doesn't often try to get things done perfectly, and does not often feel lustful. He often snaps his fingers when he's bored, and when he's nervous, he tends to chew on his cheek. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. He personally sees working hard as foolish and a waste of time, sees eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and values a harmonious existence. And likes earthenware and platinum and moonstone and coconut palm wood, bobcat leather, earrings and anvils, and the sight of the meandering lyrics. And when possible, prefers to consume parsnip, teff beer, and watermelons. And hates bats. Broad body made no broader still by no shortage of surrounding lard. Has 2 friends. Is a member of the Faith of Ashes, a less common denomination for the god of death. Welcome to the fort. I'm going to ignore that comment, Armitage. For a few reasons, but I'm actually kind of curious as to where the dwarves are currently hauling boulders from, so I'm just going to watch this route. 45 minutes, I think. It's either 45 minutes or 50 minutes, lucky Loki. It is a bit of a long cooldown. But for me, it feels like it's constantly getting popped. I do kind of keep an eye on it and call it out sometimes when it's up. Okay, so they're all going down here. It's not actually that far currently. This upper area is also open now, which I'm going to open again and let the dwarves go into here and haul stuff out of here. And let's see what Corpse Man is up to. Still chained. I think here, I'm going to remove this current assignment, and I'm going to assign it to the tavern. So you can tell a story about how you are repenting. What's your overall thoughts now, Corpse? The dwarfs actually, their mood is improving now. What's crazy is this dwarf was harrowed. Like, it's actually kind of nuts to me that this dwarf is no longer harrowed. I wonder what story you're telling. Now I'm curious. Oh, history. It's fine. I mean, here's the thing, Armitage. If you think that that ladies don't play this video game, you are very silly. That's all I have to say. I don't generally appreciate blatant sexism in my chat, so we'll let that one slide, but just not funny. I don't, yeah, I mean, the game's running, Elephants, because Putnam beat the bug for me, which is great. Well, I mentioned audience ratio on YouTube specifically, which is generally 97% male to female. However, my Twitch stats do not say that. It's about 70% male to female. But the thing that you need to realize, in my experience, is women generally don't watch video games on the internet as much. So while you might be sitting here going, well, women don't play this game. No, you just don't interact with the parts of the community that they are in, generally. Also, a lot of the internet is sexist and presumes you are a dude. So, education aside, we good. But, you know, try and be tactful. The key to trolling is pretty simple. Be funny. Right? So if you're going to troll, feel free. But be funny. If you're not being funny, you're not a good troll. And shitty trolls ain't welcome. So. But you're good. Just don't do it again. I'm just going to chuck a bedroom back here. Exactly, Celestine. Also, something that I think is really interesting is if you look at like YouTube stats, channels like mine where it's dude with face playing video game generally tend to have a lot of male viewers, right? Raging Cave, thanks for checking out that 5-pack. Appreciate you. But female streamers tend to have more female viewers. And a lot of VTuber channels tend to have even higher ratios of female viewers. So what's funny is a lot of the channels that are very cutesy or anime kind of themed that I kind of squint at because it's not my thing generally tend to have higher ratios of women watching to men. There's this thing called echo chambers if the reality you perceive that's around you is the only reality that you interact with, you believe it to be an absolute truth. Which... Kib, the animal trainer, has created a Cephaligast, a lignite bracelet, and offers it to the head cave of Clobbering. Also, I need to go here. Throw that there. And go here. Grab this. It's a lignite bracelet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with llama wool and encircled with bands of oval lignite cabochons and pear-cut green tourmalines. This object menaces with spikes of sardonyx and rhinoceros leather. On the item is an image of 2 buckets in lignite. On the item is an image of a smooth pebble in cave spider silk. On the item is an image of pear-cut gems and llama leather. On the item is an image of leaves and fruit in sardonyx. It's really kind of amusing to me, actually, Raging Cave, because I have a friend who's a pretty big VTuber. I won't say who it is. And I've seen her stats, like her audience stats, because we were talking about this once a couple months ago. And basically her statement was, like, she's what I would describe as a pretty horny VTuber, too. Like, it's kind of part of the shtick, I suppose. Women like horny cutesy things. Whereas then guys are just like, there's sex in my video game, and they get all mad, and it's like very funny to me because it's just like, well, you have a 60% female audience. And then there's like 2 dudes that just get mad at these people occasionally, and they're just like, well. Yeah, also that, Lelling. But I mean, I don't fucking care what you are. All I generally tell people is if I misidentify somebody once, just correct me and I won't do it again. Everybody's neutral until stated otherwise. I'm just going to get the YouTube chat, seeing if I'm missing anything. All right, cool. Let's see if there's any other beasts that have reemerged. Nope. Also, Lelling, I didn't realize you worked on the Ori games. That's neat. Seen your streams around for a bit, but didn't know that. I wouldn't say this is an outdoor cavern fort, considering it is actually walled off. But I love making cavern forts like this. This is my favorite way to make cavern forts these days. Tomb? What am I putting in a tomb? Excuse me? Pretty common of angry man, I gotta say, though. Romanoid Trowel. I think what I should do, actually... Oh, shit. is I'm just gonna knock this down. Priority 1. I'm gonna put a bridge here. And then that bridge is gonna be hooked up to the same lever as this, basically. So that in between sieges, I can just send the dwarves this way so that they don't need to go above ground. Memes, probably? I don't actually know the answer to that. Mesa music. The Friend Beast Sodor has come, not to be confused with Hodor. It's a huge tortoise composed of solid salt. The Salt Turt! It has 2 short horns and scrums and fidgets. Beware its deadly spit. Okay, well, let's just nick this one in the bud. Pause this. Check this. It was a special experience. Yeah, I'm sure it's... Nothing is perfect, but... Still a neat thing to have under your belt. Experience-wise. You're stuck in a tree. Never mind. Don't need to worry about it. It's stuck in a tree. That's very silly. Too soon. You know, I've never seen that episode. I never made it that far into the show, so all I can say is it's better if you don't know. I know it happens. Like, it's not a spoiler or anything. I don't care, but... The thing is, there is no difference in commonality of dwarf names. I think that Urist is just one that's stuck. Like, it could have been Muthcat, but, like... I'm presuming that Urist shows up in other media, but none that I'm aware of. So... Yeah, well, no names in Dwarfort are gendered, so... I build above ground forts sometimes. Usually the way I do roofs, because this is from YouTube chat, is I would, like... Is there 2 levels here? No, there isn't. I need to tack down some of these trees as well. I would build a, let's just say a structure here, and then for the roof, 1 tile in, I would do like this. And then on the outside, this would be the original wall. I will then put ramps around the edge. And then on top, I would put a floor. And then you get like this cool kind of ramp look to things. Sometimes I'll make them circular though. That's how I make roofs for above ground things. Muthcats are also a pretty common one, yeah. Feel free to link it if you like. In regards to the wiki page for Urist. Yeah, also pop culture is also probably a better term to use than meme. I don't really want to use any block. I just kind of want to build a little road from here to here. I just want it to look coherent. I don't know. We'll wait. It's not the highest priority. There's probably some more tombs happening now, too. Yep. Your cavern generated with no floor fungus or trees due to the biome. So it depends on water. If some cavern layers can be marked as dry, you have to dig down to the next one. If they're all dry, that's odd, but that does happen sometimes. I've certainly encountered dry cavern layers many times. Or sometimes you'll get cavern layers that have certain situations where they only get one type of fungus or one type of tree growing. Yep. Even if you flood the crap out of it. Correct. Yes. That is how they manifest. The ones that don't have any things growing in them manifest as just mud. This is correct. So basically, what I'm saying is what you found is normal, and yes, that happens sometimes. If you dig through it, like dig through one of the layers and flood a new section, spot, location of open rock, you'd be able to farm there. But nothing is going to grow in there. It's not fertile. Back in the olden days, the empty cavern layers like that meant that there were tentacle demons, specifically, in the world. And I think the mud used to not be called mud. It used to be called something else. But when they added procedurally generated demons to the game, that is no longer the case. So, yeah. Just fun old factoid from DF history. Need to clear this area up a bunch.
Doing my part.
Yes, if you want to have moss, that you'd need to do that. Lelling, thanks for the second month. Welcome back. Chuck, can I get a round of beers? And also mods, can I get a shout out for Lelling, please? I apologize if I'm saying your name wrong. Your name's one of those ones where I second guess myself constantly. Got dwarves felling trees and all sorts of other fun things. And now we're in an ad break, so I pause. Lelling rhymes with yelling. Fair enough. I've just found a letter joke, but I don't know if it would land in any way, but I'll say it anyways with that preface, which will make it less funny, which is like, it's just yelling, but you like, but why did you leave the L? Anyway, it's like 789, you know? Tuning in with breakfast, besides being fixed, did you get a specific answer on the lava thing? Yeah, so I overloaded the game's pathing. We literally found an infinite loop that broke the game. A 100% repeatable infinite loop that broke the game. So, yeah. I'm kind of tempted to, like, call my next Dwarf Fortress news video, I broke Dwarf Fortress, and then explain that and why how it got fixed. Might make it more entertaining, but we'll see. I'll do that Friday, most likely. The kind of like question though is now, do I make it into its own video that's like 6 minutes long, or do I just attach it to DF News? I don't really know. Probably more people would see it if I just made it its own video, but... So much crap needs to be moved out of here. Slowly, one thing at a time. A short would be fine. I don't think I could fit it into a short. Also, this is just a me thing. I fucking hate editing shorts. I don't know why. I just don't like making them. Its own video, the children yearn for brevity. Well, we'll see. I kind of have an idea on how it could be its own video. I just... You like your videos hours long? I kind of fill two niches, you know? I'm like kind of a under 10-minute, usually, news channel for Dwarf Fortress, but also, here, have a movie. Probably hurts the overall algorithm of my channel, but I don't really care. If you ever do a video on improving FPS, then Google just to make sure that you haven't made one, and then you find out that you did in fact make one 2 years ago. Have I ever done that? Oh, wait. You're not asking me if I've done that. You're saying that you just did that. I will say, a lot of the stuff in it's not relevant anymore. And I will tell you this. I'm never going to make another one. And the reason I'm never going to make another one is because it turns out a lot of like frame rate things in Dwarf Fortress are player error. And I'm very, very, very tired of just being told, no, you're wrong, this doesn't work, when I know for a fact it works. So I'm probably never going to make another one. Ignore the one about stairs, because that one's no longer relevant. But aside from that, I think everything else in there should still be relevant. Just trying to clear out the front door area of the fort. Why am I turning that into ramps? Because this is multiple levels tall. So this currently, if I were to just dig them out, it would leave this layer here of all these guys. But if I channel them up, it'll also remove this. So it'll remove the lower half of the pillars. I mean, obviously these ones up here will still be there, but it gets rid of more of the boulder. It gets rid of more of the stalactite. That word. Also that bracelet. I'm gonna give that to you. Oh, I already did. I need battle axes. Hold up. No, that's not what I want. Guess we're all gonna end up using battle axes. Something just about them just eludes you? Minecraft blocks. In Minecraft, you can delete one block. A ramp allows you to delete block plus the block above it, or the block and the block below it. That's all it is. In my opinion, pretty straightforward. So, like, this is what this allows me to do. It's also the most FPS intensive thing you can do in the video game, is telling people to dig down using ramps. Because they constantly have to refactor the pathing. Okay, so you like using them, but you just don't understand how they work? I don't know. Like, I have a hard time imagining that at this point because I'm just so used to them as a concept. But yeah, they're a little weird in their implementation, but they are the thing that makes Dwarf Fortress visually complicated to wrap your head around if you've not played it much. I mean, StarCraft has them to get up to certain bases, you know, hills in an RTS game, same thing. So now I have this big open space. I mean, this is still here, but that's fine. So it's easier to shoot through for Mark's dwarves as well. So it has multiple benefits. Another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go up here. I'm going to channel all the way along here. Smitchell, thanks for the raid. What's up, Raiders? Chat, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? And mods, can I get a shout out for Smitchell, please? So this is going to hurt my frame rate super badly because these dwarves are now going to cut this out, which is going to make all these dwarves who are currently hauling rocks rethink their route, which... you know. But how was Fort today? Smitchell, if I can ask. Callista Dragon Soul, hello. Well, say, Corvius, it's good to see you, man. Look at me calling out lurkers, so unprofessional. Okay, I think once I've got this gate that I'm currently making hooked up to the lever right next to this one, it's basically like over here. Right there. Once this is hooked up, I'm going to permit them to start doing other tasks. So let's just follow this dwarf while you link this. Whew, you've seen a couple Forgotten Beasts dead bodies. I think this dwarf is slightly numb and not feeling anything after seeing a Forgotten Beast's dead body. You did a fort reclaim, it was fun? Because, like, now you don't become the capital right away, right? If you reclaim your own fort, which I'm super happy about. Also, what do you mean by no circus in the reclaim? Did you reclaim a fort that just instantly was too deep and greedy? Because that must have been exciting. Oh, it was a ruin from World Gen. Okay, so you wouldn't have had that anyway. But that's kind of awesome. Was full of the circus. Was that also a World Gen reclaim? Because that's kind of incredible. Up above in my head instead of going under? That's... You know. Sorry. I have a sickness and it can only be cured by pop punk. Some of them never go away. It's likely there's either a piece of one sitting somewhere, or there's just one sitting in. It's likely pieces. I mean, like, there's probably just pieces of things everywhere. Because apparently you just saw Thorax's dead body. Where the fuck? Like, okay, so there's like a human bone here in this tree. That's Forgotten Beast bits. That's something else. Yeah, so I've got a bunch of trees I gotta chop down because they're full of body parts that I need to recover because it's scaring my dwarves. That's what's happening. Like, there's a human axeman corpse head there. So it was a zombified human head. Yeah, I think it's literally just that. Oh, hey, shit, platinum. Let's go down here and see how this drainage is doing. Still draining. Slowly. Slowly. The other thing I gotta do is I gotta go all the way along, maybe not all the way along, but a lot of the way along here. Get rid of this floor all the way along here. And also let's get these bridges back. I want this thing to dump all the lava out quicker. Hopefully nobody falls. Thankfully, another change that I really like about version 50 is that dwarves can no longer dig out the floor underneath them unless there's literally nowhere else for them to go. They used to be able to just, like, stand right there and dig vertically down. Very happy they don't do that so much. Now it cancels the job right before they dig. I mean, that was a like, release day fix, too, Smitchell. That's something I very much miss when I go back and play older versions. Okay, so what is a block that I have too much of? I do just have too much dolomite. This goes all the way along here, and we'll just, nope, not automate, just dig. Although I can't do this. Guess I kind of borked this up. Although, it is just my trash disposal. I could just deconstruct this and... Ooh. This would be really silly. I have an idea. Okay, so what I could do is I could dig from here to here to here, and then diagonally dig into this, and then let that just fill that up, and build a wall here. And then we could dig through this. Although it's going to cancel a trillion times because there's water directly above it. So we'll have to do that very cautiously. One tile at a time, but... Do you have any... this is a question, a thing from YouTube chat. Do you have any fun DF system anecdotes, like Drunk Cat's issue from years ago? The one I always go to is when they changed how, when they added mounts to Dwarf Fortress and forgot to change how dwarven mums carry their babies. So they added mounts so that the enemies could show up riding creatures and then attack you. But what they didn't change was the code for how baby dwarves are carried by their mothers, because the mothers were considered mounts. So mom carrying baby was considered a mount previously. And what happened when that was changed was because what would happen previously was the mount was the brain, the rider was just along for the ride. But when they made it so that the enemy could arrive mounted on monsters or creatures, they made it so that the creature mounted on the thing was driving. So what happened was baby AI was driving mum AI, and when mum would have a baby, baby would be carried by mum, and then baby brain would take over mum brain. So instead of having a functional dwarf carrying a baby, you had a baby walking around starving their mom to death because they wouldn't eat or drink. And the only way to fix this was by pen pasturing them, burrowing them on a food stockpile, or completely disabling the ability for dwarves to have kids. And the end result was very, very frustrated me. But it was only in the game for about 2 weeks, so it wasn't the biggest deal at the end of the day. They just kind of fixed it eventually, and then everything was fine. Once infected, baby mind controls your dwarf. I mean, zombies already exist. So, I don't know. Also, because Baby Mind is neutral. I mean, there already are zombies in Dwarf Fort, so I don't know why you would need to do that, but... So yeah, basically for a while there, entire Dwarven populations were just starving to death. And there already are non-functional neutral zombies that just kind of wander around, so... Unless they have no legs, then they just kind of, like, slither. Scooch. Scooch, we'll go with that. So this is going to take a little bit to do. Also, here's a pro tip. If you click on the paintbrush tool and just hold the mouse down, it'll automatically queue up the next one. So if you just kind of hold the mouse down over a spot like this, then they will just keep digging, and you can just click and drag slowly. Yeah, I'm a little bit perplexed by the concept of a zombie mod in this situation, but mostly just because this game already has zombies. If this game didn't already have zombies, it would make more sense to me, but... Anyways, Chad, it's Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday. It's almost the weekend. You up to anything this weekend? This weekend, I apparently just have a lot of video editing I got to do. I'm just gonna be mean to this dwarf. Just lock you in here for a bit. And say, hey, get back here. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Aha. Even better. Now, come here and do the mining. There's nothing else for you to do. Working? I getcha. Flame Ghost ripping through your forest, doing more damage than a Forgotten Beast, also 1 FPS. Sounds like something's stuck outside. But, Flame Ghost? What the heck is a Flame Ghost? Diplomacy? Oh, did the elves make it in? It's probably the elves. Ah. You have disrespected the trees in this area. This is what we've come to expect from your stunted kind. Further abuse cannot be tolerated. Let this be a warning. Okay. Got it. Got it. Kind of expected that, but... I will definitely make sure to keep that in mind. Something you mined out of the rock? Oh, okay. So an angel. Or a demon. Either an angel or a demon. It's one of the two. Yes. Most certainly, Shaku. I'm kind of expecting to end up at war with them. Just because I haven't been particularly cautious. Sometimes I care a lot and try not to go to war with the elves. Sometimes there are times like this, where it's like, eh. Whatever. If we must. If you insist, good sir. Okay, so that's one thing. Although I probably should set up a guard animal. Okay. All of this is very important, so we should get this done sooner than later. We have 13 Forgotten Beasts, I think. Yes, 13. There are some that are stuck in very inconvenient places like this one. So I'm not sure how I'm going to get you out, but currently I'm just trying to rock solid my defense up. But pretty good, generally. We just have a few more bridges to build as far as the defenses go. We're also, you know, clearing this area out pretty effectively. I'm actually just going to deconstruct and build a new door here, I think. Or build another item there. Got a lot of dolomite blocks, it turns out. Not infinite, but a lot. Did you get stuck? Why would you get stuck? No? What made you think that you were stuck? Donut? With the weather zombies in Clobbertomb? Well, there's necromancer zombies there, and there's weather zombies. The elves have arrived to trade. I'll have to give them gifts. I'll sell them some gems, I think. What's up, Omnipotent? No, I genuinely don't think they should. In regards to the mushroom trees thing. That or they should call them something other than mushroom trees. I'm a big fan of the trees are trees and all trees are treated equal. If you see what if you know what I mean. So. But some people don't like it. If you don't want to worry about trees though, I mean, you can just change the settings in game. And then they'll give you a much bigger breadth. It's in the difficulty settings. I think you can set it up to 2,000 trees. And then all you need to do is worry about trading instead of worrying about, like, trading and keeping the tree mongers happy. Sweet, nobody drowned in my well again. And now we have obsidian here. So I can now dig through that. Handy. Also, I really like my headcanon of it's like cutting their internet lines. Because the elves... I don't actually know if there shouldn't be floors or nothing beneath that, so... I do really like my personal headcanon that the trees above ground use the mushroom trees as a form of communication, so it's like, it's the equivalent of chopping their internet lines. I really, really like that headcanon, and I'm going to stick to it, because I think it's really funny. Because trees in real life send nutrients between each other using... what's the word? In real life, trees use mushrooms to send nutrients to one another, so why not in Dwarf Fortress they use, you know, other materials. I just really like that, just as a concept. I think it's funny. Let's just do flooring with Gabbro. Believer Grimm, what kind of dwarf would you like? Mycelium, yes. Mycelium, not your celium. And how dare you, celium? They can also do that through their roots, though. Like, mother trees and stumps coming back to life. Although you may be about to be hit by an ad, but I will pause the reading if you get hit by said ad. No preference? So just a dwarf? How's Cog the Child seem to you? Big Mycelium. Big Mycelium is definitely in cahoots with Big Myrufium. Just don't trust those who support Big Wallium. That'll do. Okay. Believer Grimm finds helping others is an imposition on her time. She is bashful. She is greedy. She is greatly pleased by her own looks and accomplishments, and she can be very happy and optimistic, and she is sloppy with her living space. She is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She often feels envious of others, and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She is very humble, and she is trusting. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she's quick to anger, and she is somewhat uncomfortable with those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she has a greedy streak. She tends to stretch out when she's bored, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally sees the attainment of and preservation of knowledge as an offensive enterprise engaged in by arrogant fools. What a strong opinion to be held by a child. Does not really value skills related to fighting and doesn't care about art one way or another. Likes lead and topaz as well as wild boar bone and green tree frog parchment, the color flax, shoes, figurines, and when possible prefers to consume elephant and apple cider and dimple cup spawn. Your mom's alive, your dad's gone somewhere, and your younger sister's alive. Now we pause game because ads are running. Clay can be created infinitely to the YouTube chat. Also, since we're in an ad break, I'm going to check a few things, but I will take this as an opportunity to remind everybody this is a crowdfunded channel. So, interactions, likes, chatting, telling your friends, very helpful here. But also, I have a daily minimum. We're currently $11 below that here on Twitch between the Twitch and YouTube revenue. Basically, if I hit my daily minimum, it means that I've made enough money to make what I used to make when I worked minimum wage, and minimum wage has gone up a lot since then, I've learned recently, because I don't generally pay attention to that. But, you know, if you happen to have a Prime sub lying around, kicking up dust on your account, that stuff goes a long way. Otherwise, feel free to just chill and listen. Also, could I get a round of beers? I'm curious about how many people are listening to the stream. Why is there a random bin full of leather right there? Strange. Zobeatroot, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. And for the first notification of money in 44 minutes. And YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. All right, we're through the ad break now. It's okay. In support of Big Helium. Man. You win. Congrats.
Prime time.
Thank you very much for the Prime sub, Omush. Welcome back for an 8th month. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. All right. Let's also get rid of this. Hand of Not Bad. This is now a much more open front entryway. FJC2722, thank you very much for the Prime as well. It's almost a hype train. And sorry for the sellout minutes, but such is life. Let's see what else we have. Do I have Cinnabar lying around? Got one individual Cinnabar block. Couldn't help you. I don't know. If you can't, you can't. Is what it is. You do have to link your account, though. That's all that you need to do. Although I haven't done it in a very, 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 very long time. So. Jump in. If you can't, you can't, and that's okay. And Anonymous, thanks for checking out a gift. Jack, can I get a round of beers? Thanks for keeping the channel funded. Appreciate you guys. We've probably hit the minimum. Or probably will if I get like 1 or 2 more Prime subs today, which we'll probably get by the end. But that is a hype train if you care. There are new hype train emotes, I'll say that. If that matters to anybody. I haven't really looked at them, to be honest. Oh, is it on mobile that you were on? Because that might make some things weird. Wolfist Wolf, thanks for checking out a 5-pack. Appreciate you. Now we've hit the daily minimum, I guarantee you. The Bronze Hall has many members and now requires a guild hall. Josh thanks for the gift. Appreciate you. I need to make a miners guild. Next thing they're going to ask for a majors guild. I've made that joke too many times before, and people haven't yelled at me yet, so I guess I'll make it one more time and see if it works still. The question is, do I have a convenient spot to put it?
Unemployed Shaku cheered. X100. Nom nom emotes.
Nom nom emote. Yeah, sure. Works for me. Is there still lava down here? We really need to work on this drainage. I think that's actually going to be priority number 1. You watch on Fire TV and engage in chat from mobile? I have a smart TV, but I know very little about how it actually works and what it can do. All I know is that it doesn't have a Formula 1 app, which bothers me. And thanks for the $1, Shaku. Appreciate you, mate. And Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack. Cheers. Wouldn't that make a new guild hall kindergarten? I don't get it, but ha 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 ha. Oh, I get it, because it's a miners guild. I mean, it's not spelled that way, but... Just trying to think where I can put it. That would look nice. I could put it here. But, like... Trying to think of other places I could put it that would be a little bit more convenient. I mean, this is what? This is a different guild. This is the Stoneworkers Guild. I could just cram it back here. I kind of want to keep it closer to the tavern, is why. I also don't really want too many dwarves clustering over there. Why don't we put it up here? And then let's go over to here and see if we're ready to trade. Items been brought, so yes, we are. We just need the broker to get here. Bordy the Lancastrian. Thank you very much for the 14th month. On the 6-month streak with Prime. Appreciate you a ton. Had to buy a new TV because the old one was lost when you moved back from Switzerland. I'm presuming that's a very far distance, but I have no idea where you're located. So, also, that sucks. Sorry for your loss. Enormous one-eyed ceratops. It has sea green scales, which are oval shaped and set far apart. Beware its webs. Ooh. Not a huge fan of that. Where is it, though? Okay, so it's further down. I do have a way up for these. Yes, so I will open this. Because that should be the only way in for it. So let's follow it. Why are you immediately bleeding? What? Oh, I think it got into a fight with Gacket. Because it's covered in Gacket's something. What the fuck? Also, shit, there's iron ore. Finally found some. Also, it's the silty, not to be confused with the salty. So this is Gacket's Forgotten Beast Ichor. I'm pretty sure that Gacket is a... what's the word? Deadly blood. But I'm not sure why this thing keeps starting to bleed again. That's... its heart is rotten. Okay. Man, this guy's seen some shit. Can I trade yet? Yes, I can. Also,
Walrus cheered. X100.
this is pink because I can't sell it to the elves. If you ever want to, if you have a skilled broker, items that the elves will not be happy about buying show up as pink. Or purple or magenta or whatever that color is. Chat room, can I get a round of beers as a thank you for the hype train? Thanks for the $1. Shark Jumping Walrus. Appreciate you greatly. What'd they bring? Jumping spider, a porcupine, a hen, a mountain goat, and a cougar. I'll buy the big kitty. Got some emotes, apparently. Thank you for the emotes. Thanks for the 16 subscriptions and $2. Nope, that is not new. That has been in the game as long as I can remember. No, man. So I traded with them now, and I'm also going to give them several gems as a gift so that they hopefully don't attack me as soon as they will otherwise. You've always had terrible brokers. Yeah, this dwarf's been my broker for a good couple of years. I mean, what even is your skill? This dwarf is a legendary appraiser. Yeah, no, that would do it. That would do it. Also, I'm actually going to let you go do other things for a bit because you really want to acquire an object, craft an object, and do some other things. Maybe even put this dwarf into the military for a hot second. Let you go wrestle. So you can go acquire some things. Oh yeah, this was a dwarf that came from my old fort because they have the wax ring and also have memories that are that old. As far as the Miners Guild go. Right, yeah, we're still locked in here. Just gave you the squeegees? Oh shit, speaking of. I was gonna say, it could be in my fortress already. I'm pretty sure I gave it a way in, so. I mean, the way in is over here. So, where it? Why are you way over here? There's another way in I can give you too, I think. Oh, right. I never actually set this up. Yeah, okay, so it has this way in too. Let's see what you're going for. But yeah, it is highly likely that you've always just had shitty appraisers. It's kind of funny how the game works like that, though. Because it may pop up down here. I'm very much expecting this fort to be one of those... Uh-oh, doesn't feel anything while in conflict? Uh-oh. Didn't just kill a forgotten beast, but... it was in conflict with something. We just don't know what it was because we didn't see it. If you're saying I need to train forgotten beasts as a literal thing, you can't train forgotten beasts. Is there an easier way to jump to the info page of an animal in a cage? I don't think so. That kind of irritates me as well. If there is one, tell me when you find it. Oh, yeah. Also, the way to train brokers is don't trade everything at once. Trade some items at a time. So if you trade everything simultaneously, I need to jump up to the floor and then we'll come back down to this. If you trade everything simultaneously, then they will not actually train all that quickly. However, if you do lots of little trades, they train faster. Essentially, they train per trade, not like... They train per trade and not like value amount traded. That's the word I'm looking for. Those new emotes are pretty good, actually, I think. I quite like the new hype train emotes. Like, I was able to get a dwarf from no broker or no appraisal skill whatsoever to a competent in my first trade once, which is pretty good. For each caravan visit? Then it's been changed since I logicked it out. But, I mean, that's certainly possible that I'm incorrect. But that's the way it's always seemed from my experience. Okay, here comes Beastie. Beastie. Oh. Well, I thought I reassigned these dwarves. Get back inside, guys. This may end up actually going kind of bad. Let's just hope everybody's inside. Keyword here is hope. 8, 7, here. Pull that again. Can I pressure plates can be set to be repeating or single use. Uh-oh. Let's hope monster dumb and don't look down. Well, it ate a cat. F me out? Exactly. Nothing of value was lost, thankfully. 611-year-old critter. Uh-oh. Run, Dorfus. Oh, no, Anon 4 will just kill it. It's maybe not great. Speaking of maybe not great, this is also maybe not great. I don't think I'll be able to get this shut in time. I may end up catching it in here, though, accidentally. Someone's gonna die. And unfortunately, that's a sacrifice I probably have to make. Ooh, unless this door distracts it long enough. Run, Dwarf! Run, Dwarf! Oh, no. Who are you? Shogun, no! Shogun, no! Rest in peace, Shogun, chat. Was kicked in the head. Face was crushed. Well, there goes my bookkeeper. Bonedoll II can be my new bookkeeper. I can't remember where the bookkeeper's office was. I think it was one of these. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, well, at least it's going towards the fort. Keep running, Dwarf. Keep running. This is so fucking stressful. Well, it just killed another dwarf. Grabs the hunter by the cow. Grab them by the stitches, man. Ugh. Oh, that is gnarly. And then crushes his head, but like, oh man. Oh, that is brutal with a capital B. Let's just make sure that this isn't open. I'm not sure it is. It may be. I didn't even know that was there still. Just fingering the playthrough of your YouTube content to help learn how to play. I hope that you're having a good stream. It's been a decent stream, Lyric. Hartwell. What is that? Oh, it's just a cat. It's fine. Run away, kitty. Okay, I'm just gonna close this. I don't like the directions that this thing is running in. Come on, turn around. What? Okay. No, that wasn't... Did you just kill something else? I think you... Yeah, okay, so that was Rigoth. Was that a second dwarf that died? Okay, so they killed Aiton and then they killed a fisher dwarf named Rigoth. But now the door is locked, so it can't get out. So if I go here with the game paused, I can go down all the way to this. Yeah, so this should be accessible. Right here. So it should be able to get into the fort this way. It's just choosing to be a little twit. So I need to wait for it to turn around. Then go north. Then go east. Or west, rather. I'm also going to jump to here and open this gate up. Because this will be the 14th beast? Okay, so I'm going to lock this door to discourage its pathing. I'm going to jump up here, grab this lever, pull that. And jump up to the next one, pull that. I'm also going to pull this to discourage its pathing. And then hopefully we catch it. I just need those doors to close, and I need it to not stand on those. And done. We got him. Yay. Okay, so what's that number up to? 13, 14. We now have 14 forgotten beasts. And there are none on the map. Back to work, dwarves. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to delete all of these tasks. Now, you might be going, why are you doing that, streamer? Well, because these are not manually assigned tasks, and my management will automatically reassign these tasks. Okay, those ones are manually assigned, but that's fine. Steel bars, spin thread. And there we go. Let's watch Greg and then some, see how you is doing. And I will be right back, chat. I'm gonna go use the toilet. All right, I return. Man, I'm bummed about Shogun dying. That was a good little scholar, that dwarf. And also a very good little bookkeeper. Was it really satisfying? Well, that's good. Hopefully your problems aren't too concerning. Nobody's currently doing that task, but hey. Where are we at? Probably should go back down into this and continue working on this, if not finishing it. And these two tasks are currently inactive. Okay, that's fine. And then reassign all these. Go up to here. Let's just erase that because I don't actually need all of these. And then this will just be floored up. So what kind of floors we have, tiles we have an abundance of? Kind of none. So what I will do is I will go around the edge and just make these clear, or green glass, I think. Just so I know the edges. And then this, all the way along here, can be something else. Also, I timed my toilet break real bad because apparently ads are about to pop. All right. And then this right here can be the Miners Guild. Are mountains unpassable? Yes. They're completely cut off from the world. Yes. It's kind of like a secret garden situation. I actually really like it when that happens. Some people really don't like it. I think it's a cool mechanic personally. Also, we've struck some gold right there. So this will be a miner guild. I will assign this as a meeting zone. And permit it to be the miners guild while the ads are playing. Because then you guys aren't missing much in the way of super interesting gameplay. New guild hall, miner guild. Here's the thing. Sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't, enemy. Because the case where it won't is in a situation where, oopsies. There's a cave access. So if there's cave access, then you'll keep getting migrants. And often, especially on bigger islands, there is cave access. Back in the day, there used to be no access period. But I don't know really when or where it changed, but at some point, it became, yes, less of a guarantee and more of a shrug? The island wasn't too far offshore. Yeah, that too. I mean, it could also be connected by beaches. I've certainly, like, settled on a beach before thinking, oh, I'll build a bridge or something, and then, like, they were just connected by a beach. So, it's just like a big old sandbar. Blocking stairs with flooring? No, I built stairs over the flooring, didn't I? Yeah, that's a stair and that's a stair. Yeah, I built the stairs over the flooring. Unless you're talking about different stairs. Not sure which stairs I could be blocking.
Eruptions on Reclaim.
I'm so sad!
Fear S to hoping that one day we can have random eruptions of various intensities. Starting a new world after updates, and I have spent way too much time in custom world gen again. Crypt Biwa.
Welcome back, Thanatos. It's good to see you, dude. It's been a minute. All in all, I do think it's a change for the better. The volcanoes not surprise erupting for no reason, but on a personal level, I will miss that. I did enjoy. I've enjoyed a lot of the shenanigans I've been able to get up to because of volcanoes erupting unexpectedly for no reason, even though they shouldn't technically be able to. I mean, my vampire fort is one example of this. Diff stair. I have no idea what stair you're talking about then. Like, at all. Bastet. Also, somehow I managed to make that the wrong material. Well, I will miss surprise lava. Hey, chairs. Chairs? Chat. Can I get a round of beers for Thanatos keeping that sub alive for 6 months? It's the one task you're supposed to do when somebody subscribes. Is post the beer emote. please and thank you. Also, I called you chairs. I don't know what... I don't know where my brain is today. Probably in my pocket. These are getting constructed. That one not. But this will help. Am I your table? This is getting very metaphorical. That's all I can really say to that, is this is a bit metaphorical. I don't know. Man, these dwarves are busy. Normally levers get picked up really quickly as something to do, but... Billy Goat's been missing for a week. Gosh, I wonder why. You were desperately hoping that you had a chair emote? Well, maybe I should have a chair emote, I don't know. People have been saying chair stream again recently when I go take a break. I'll say GeoTrack, hope you've been well. Have you been playing the game recently? You used to post some pretty cool screenshots. Crane, thank you very much for the 8th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you greatly. It does remove all of the lava that's on top of the drawbridge, so opening and closing them does actually speed up the draining process a little bit. This one is now being constructed by Toulon up here, and then down here. This one still has a little ways to go. This one's all hooked up. How am I dealing with ghosts? When you get a ghost, you make a gravestone and you engrave the gravestone, and then you build it. You make the gravestone at a stoneworker shop, and then you engrave it at a stoneworker shop. And then once it's engraved, the ghost disappears, or you bury the body. That's how I'm dealing with ghosts. You always come back to DF. It's kind of, you know, some people look at me kind of funny when I say this. It's like, Dwarf Fortress is a game that's honestly best played by taking long-ish breaks. Like, play it nonstop for 6 months, and then you're going to call... Yeah, Ghostbusters, exactly. It's like, how are you dealing with ghosts? Bill Murray! It's the only member of the Ghostbusters cast I can remember off the top of my head for some reason. Is it only me, or did they break the Atom Smasher? I don't really use Atom Smashers, but they worked last week, so what are you trying to smash? Are you trying to smash a Forgotten Beast that's alive? Because you can't. Four-year-old son's favorite thing he's ever seen in the movies so far? Like the recent one, or has he seen the OG ones? Like the originals? So I love the originals. I honestly just haven't watched the recent ones because I feel like I might not like them, and I wouldn't want to not like something that is in a franchise like that I like. Honestly, it's my favorite part. I really like Zombieland, that first movie. That movie is a lot of fun. And on any movie where celebrities play themselves that is not a terrible movie is generally something I tend to enjoy. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. I'm kind of surprised I didn't say that the last time. I would argue they caused almost as many problems as they solved, Donut, but yes. You can't build one when trying to build a bridge on a stockpile. You can't build a bridge on a stockpile. Were you ever able to build bridges on stockpiles? I have zero recollection of that. You don't need a stockpile, no. Use a dump zone. I don't believe I've ever, like, built a bridge on a stockpile, but... No, they did not break Atom Smashers. They still work. Justin TV is starting an artifact, apparently. The Holy Gorge is hauling gold nuggets. Ooh, fancy. Apparently, Justin TV is a Grandmaster cook. And you're just like, that's fine. Are they a chicken nugget? Well, it's a gold nugget, so that would imply that it's a gold nugget. We'll make the golden walk. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly what Armitage said in Twitch chat to person whose name I can't pronounce. Jamal, I think, is because the brackets. You don't build them on stockpiles. It's going to make a golden souffle. Wouldn't that be awesome, Radu? Check. Can I get a mods? Can I get a shout out for Radu, please? How you doing, Radu? How's life, mate? I didn't even look at what he claimed. What did he claim? Oh, it's a craft store shop. Okay. Oh, he's going all the way down to here. It's kind of a long distance. Mighty weak. He's gonna make a golden kappa. Is clearly what he's gonna do. Good to hear, dude. Good to hear. So, in this city, there are these little street cleaners that are pretty common. When they're reversing, it sounds like the fire alarms in my old building. I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna take me like maybe a decade to get over this. Because there's one backing up right now, and I can hear it's going beep, 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 beep. And it's the exact same sound. Oh my god, he's grabbing 2 gold nuggets. Well, I'm not going to watch him do that one. Just check in on him in a little bit. Okay, how's this doing? Fully expanded. Fully hooked up. Let's give it a test. I like the first one. I literally haven't seen any other Ghostbusters movies. I saw a bit of the cartoon, but I don't really remember it. Okay, so it's been pulled. 1, 2, 3. Sweet. Done. Also, this can open now. Because this is basically done. This can close. And this can close. There's so much crap in here. I'm actually just going to go into here and do this. Set everything in here to be melted down, but I'm then going to go into here and go mine cart and say, please just don't melt my mine carts. Don't melt the mine carts, please, and thank you. Okay. Oh, I see. That's something that I clicked by mistake. This should stay forbidden. Okay. Nope. I haven't seen the original sequel to Ghostbusters. I've literally only seen the first Ghostbusters. Why is there a rhino running around randomly? Rhino? Where are you going, Rhino? Go home? That's what I've been told. It's just never really been super high on my priority list to see the others. Okay. So, I've been doing a lot of housekeeping. This here is draining now. The jobs are running again. So I think I'm going to begin building the arena. Let's do 8 by 12 or 18 by 12, which is 216 blocks. Let's use dolomite, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. Maybe not quite that much. Let's do, and this is how many across? 10? It's 12, so it'll be 6 and 7. So that should be the center. And then this will be filled with clear glass when that gets brought in. Exactly. I mean, I use mine carts to automate the dumping process, Jommel. But for whatever it's worth, you were mostly correct about how it works. You're just missing one key step, which often is enough to trip you up, you know? How's the value of this? Plenty. Sweet. I'll eventually fill in that flooring. And let's also go around the edge of this. Let's just use this stuff. And thank you very much for the Prime sub, Jommel. Appreciate you. I'm sorry my silly Canadian, brain can't pronounce your name, but appreciate you greatly. Kind of just want to focus on the clear glass a little bit, so I'm just going to get rid of these tasks a wee bit. Just get them to focus on clear instead. As we continue to slowly dig. Slowly, 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 slowly dig. So what I'm going to do here is this is going to become an arena. This first layer is going to be the top of it. Then I'm going to channel all of this out again, go down a layer, and then build another layer of walls around the edge. Then go down a layer, then build another layer of walls, and go down a layer, build another layer of walls until we have a convincing, cool looking roof. And then I'll chisel out the inside and then shape it from there. If anybody saw what I did with Fire Orb, we're going to do kind of a similar design, except it's going to be longer. So I can have things at one end and things at another end, and then make them fight in the middle. That is the intended outcome here. And holy shit, clothes are getting thrown away. That's a lot of clothing. And Donut here is taking a nappy poo. Well, it's because I just turned all the tasks back on, so suddenly clothing is getting made again. It would be a good change, honestly, if dwarves would go collect the new clothing item, take it to their bedroom if they have one, and then remove their clothes and put on the new item and then put away their item. But right now, they just strip the item off, go get the new item, come back, get the old item, and put it away. Or they don't put it away. Depending on if they're, like, a more materialistic sort or not. Actually, I should channel this out too. And this right here should just get another shale block wall. Presuming I have some. Don't know if I have any. I have 2. Let's see if the other stuff is the same color. I think it is. We'll see. Shaving? Can you make a nudist colony? They won't be happy. I mean, like, you can make one, but they won't be even remotely happy. Dwarves, there is one trait, which is zany. And if a dwarf has the zany trait, and if they start dwelling upon either being unclothed or wearing tattered clothing, they can become amused by it and think it's funny. But that's the only trait that I'm aware of that can give them happy thoughts to do with being naked. Not if they're listed as a wild animal, Flaccid Yam. If they are a bard, potentially. Although if you use DF hack and want to cheat, technically, sort of, or do thing game not supposed to do, you can select them, like anything, by clicking them, and then use the command make own, and it'll force that thing to join you. You can do that with almost anything. Certain things, if they're openly hostile, will cause some weird occurrences. Dwarves don't have a nudist trait. Dwarves do not have a nudist trait. These are wild. There you go. Sorry to ruin your plump helmet dreams. Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, what you could do, Killed with style, is you could. I have no idea how moddable this is. You could theoretically mod the game so that dwarves all have the zany trait. And if you did that, then it is possible that you would have more positive responses from dwarves being naked. I mean, I've certainly had crazy naked Urist. They tend to... I once had a dwarf who I assigned as a performer who had no usage of their arms. Like, their arms... One arm was just gone. I can't remember what happened to the other one. But they had no usage of either of their arms, so they couldn't pick things up. I made them a performer, and eventually their clothes rotted off their body. They were zany, and were the happiest dwarf in the fort, just literally running around naked in the tavern singing. Like, literally, the dwarf just, like, sat there and sang all day and just loved their job and loved their life. Although occasionally they would have, like, a panic attack when or when they'd try to put their clothing away. So I eventually unassigned their bedroom so that they would stop trying to put their clothing away. And then they just slept on the tavern floor and still never got upset. And then eventually would just go sleep in the dormitory that I eventually made. And they were still the happiest dwarf in the fort. I doesn't make any sense to me, but hey. I mean, we were talking earlier that, like, I feel like Dwarven Society maybe ain't as good as, like, it sounds on the surface, purely because of the, like, you know, lack of Am I making lye? Am I making pearl ash? I am making pearl ash. Strange mid. Purely because of the, the way the militia-ish nature of their law enforcement, shall we say. What's your dwarf working on? Over here. You're digging the diagonal. You know, one of my favorite screenshots I've ever seen of Dwarf Fortress was like the day it released on Steam, and they told their dwarves to dig down and then dig a big square. And the first thing they did was they dug a perfect penis shape. Just like completely unprompted, like not like there was no priorities or anything, but it was like that shape and then just like kind of a blob. So it was like kind of a squarish blob and then one of these. And they literally screenshotted it, and the screenshot was titled, "I can't stop laughing. What do I do with this room?" They were like, make it the Miners Guild. And genuinely, that was one of the funniest screenshots I've ever seen, just because of, like, the comments. It's like, even if that person, like, rigged it, which I highly doubt they did, I genuinely one of the funniest screenshots I've ever seen of this game. What's your dwarf up to? You guys are totally allowed to do wellness checks, assuming there isn't anything crazy happening. You're currently weaving yarn into cloth. You want to spend some time with family. You're lonely, but you have none. You are a legendary weaver, so that part is good. You recently performed the rites of Amethyst, or you're remembering performing the rites of Amethyst. And you'd also like to eat a good meal, so hopefully you get an opportunity to eat a good meal after this is over, And there's so much thread being spun. So much thread. Is your sieger sieging? Probably not, because I don't... Oh, I see. Math, not meth. Math, not meth. Where are you? One of them has become a planter and you're pissed. You're very rusty, C-Job. And you're frustrated after a lack of decent meals. And you're currently putting items away. For the Horde, my best glassmaker. This lady is my best glassmaker. Dwarves are definitely making meals. They're just lazy. Second best? There are no male ones if that's what you're seeking. So... tell me which one you want. And I'll give you the one you want. Otherwise, I'll give you something else. You had dwarves that wanted good meals. Turns out they were eating your ingredients instead of lavish meals being prepared. Yeah, they do that. They do, in fact, do that. You thought they were already named? No. No, they're just ladies. For the Horde, the sequel... prefers to be alone and feel strong urges and seek short-term rewards, often is sad and dejected, confident under pressure, and finds obligations confining. Though she values the concept of loyalty and is troubled by her natural tendencies. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she tends to consider what others think of her. She prefers to present herself modestly, has a calm demeanor, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing her mind. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she does not often feel lustful. She scratches her head when she's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Now I'm just going to check something because I just remembered it, and I'm curious if it got finished. Yes, it did. Also, that needs to be fixed. She does not often feel lustful. She always scratches her head when she's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. The artifact she made, Numal Dumud, and she personally sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, and doesn't respect the law, and sees introspection She's introspection as important. She likes chalk and fine pewter, as well as blue jade and giant mandrill leather. Worm tooth? Citation needed. Fine pewter, blue jade, and giant mandrill leather, as well as the color pale chestnut, maces, and the words of the fancy meditations, the sound of the laces of silk, and the sight of the silkiness of festivals. Impossible prefers to consume giant blue jay and nautilus and spelt beer and strawberry seeds. Hates leeches. Worms don't have teeth. I don't think. So humans are 70% water, Mathlik. Dwarves are 70% alcohol. The simple answer is yes. Do not make your dwarves drink water. They will hate you and also will hate themselves. And you're hauling a sandbag. And we're in an ad. Some worms do have teeth. I hate this. That's all I have to. That's all I have to say. I'm gonna go over to here and fill some holes. Because we're in an ad, and might as well fill holes while in an ad. And also queue up some of this. And then down here, we'll check in on this. When they're done with all this, they'll eventually move up there. I mean, most things are flammable if it's hot enough. Napalm! Speaking of things who would know things about things that are flammable, how are you doing? Googs, good day. It's good to see you. You know, I really wonder how many people watching the stream, Armitage, actually even make dwarven beer. Because most people use plump helmets. And plump helmets are made into wine, not beer. Most people probably just end up with wine. Please send help. Oh, good luck, reformats. Chad, send your energy over to reformats dwarves because they probably need it. It's funny, it's like, the game's generally running pretty well. Except for when, like, except for when I start digging. Or you could do that, enemy. like the taste of Drenians, but I guess I'm just weird like that. I like things that aren't sweet. So I guess I'm just weird. Eh, those are close enough. Let's check out the Strange Mood. Still at it, man. Boy, oh boy. So there's a video, Umkurain, that was uploaded by Hoodie Hair. And it's not actually mathematically possible to brew enough beer for all of your dwarves with a normal population size. So I would say watch the Hoodie Hair video and then get back to me on that. I'm good. That's not something I find particularly interesting. That would just end up being a very, very, very small things. Wagons can't go over them. Wagons cannot pass over any kind of trap. It blocks pathing. I mean, like, I've done forts where, like, I focus on a bee industry, but, like, it's not really a challenge. It's more just like, okay, so now you just have to have a really small population. Which can be cool, certainly. I think the next fort I do, I want to do a fort with no alerts whatsoever. So no notifications, with the exception of sieges. That's the next thing I want to do. That'll be weird. Although there's some things you can't turn off. Like you can't turn off, or actually maybe I wouldn't even, well, no, I would have to leave sieges on for parlays. But the reason I want to do that is because, ooh, works furiously. Let's pause game because UI's running slow. Giant rat leather, tower cap logs, copper bars, rectangular, chrysoprase, cabochons, rough sardonyxes. Because I've been thinking about it in three gold nuggets. That's gonna be an expensive artifact. Holy shit. I've been thinking about like how it would work, and it would just very drastically change how I would build the fort. Gwillem's been doing one of those? Oh, interesting. It's amazing how great minds think alike. But yeah, that's probably what I'm going to do. I didn't know that. Although, to be fair, I don't really watch the mini streams, so. But yeah, that just seems like something that I think would be fun. You'd have to have eyes on everything? Well, would you? Would you, though? Yeah, I mean, Gwillem's Australian, right? Now I'm just sitting here second guessing where Gwillem's from, but. So you're up super late anyway? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, hey, if it works, roll with it. It's all of this carving ramps and digging that's hindering my frames here, but it is helping make the fort look mighty cool. Because I don't know, like the most popular runs of other games similar to Dwarf Fortress is no pausing. But the way Dwarf Fortress works mechanically, pausing kind of is almost a necessary gameplay mechanic because some menus pause the game. And I think that no alerts would be like the closest equivalent. to no pause. So I'm going to try that. Because it would very much force me to play the game very differently. Well, I mean, you can turn the frame rate down, FlacidDM, which I don't really want to do. Makes your skin itch. I mean, it makes my skin itch to think about playing it with no alerts. To heck with the no pauses, but I also pausing I think does make for better streams. At least when it comes to Dwarf Fort. I'm also going to do a thing. These tasks. What? Oh, I already added that one to that one. Why do I keep clicking on the same one? My spinners are not able to keep up with the clothing demands. So apparently I have 2 spin thread tasks that are set to just go on repeat. Get rid of that one. Silk, 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 silk. Just trying to lower down job cancellations a little bit. No, I mean, I'm just gonna state this. I don't think I would ever do a no pause run. Because I think playing slower equals better gameplay for Dwarf Fortress. Viewing versus a mode that would require you to play faster. Also, it would just make the game harder to edit. It's already hard enough to edit. So, nah, I don't think I would do that. Plus, a lot of the most gameplay critical menus require pausing, so I just don't really have any interest in stuff that makes the game less pleasant. I want things that make the game more interesting. All right. So all that's done. Use 3 boulders to make a mug? Holy shit, dude. Justin TV, the Holy Gorge, has created Erdim Thilsig, a native gold mug, and offers it to the head cave of Clobbering. That is something, my guy. That is an expensive fucking mug. That is a heavy mug. Like, that is a heavy mug. Like, can I find something for comparison here? Okay, that's a Forgotten Beast skull. It's Forgotten Beast bones. Actually, you know what? You just make totems. And bone crafts, please. And then you... Let's just make shell figurines, I guess. But seriously, that is absurd. Like, how much do these gravestones weigh? Okay, 130. Okay, so okay. It's still just ridiculous. All craft starship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with native gold cabochons and cushion-cut chrysoprase, as well as decorated with tower cap and giant rat leather, and encircled with bands of round native gold cabochons and radiant cut sardonyxes. This object menaces with spikes of giant opossum leather and tower cap, and on the item is an image of goblins and dwarves in native gold. The goblins are fighting with the dwarves. The artwork relates to the attack on the head cave of Clobbering by the last nightmare in the early winter of 379 during Estop Sasp, the Siege of Punches. It's a good name, considering it's called Headpunches, or Headpunch is the fort. On the item is an image of a cushion cabochon in copper. To unpause the game while at work. I mean, I've talked about this before, but the creator of Arch Crystal has talked about how he used to, the frame rate was like sub 1 frame a second for the last 100 years, so he just would never pause the game and just set it so that any major calamities would pause the game. Which, honestly, to me is one of the funniest concepts ever. Llama brain roast makes you smarter. Progress has been made. And we just need to get all these boulders out of here. Well, maybe not all of them, but a lot of them. Did you redeem one, Flaccid Yem? Because I don't recall you redeeming one. The enemy have come and are preparing to lay siege. They seek a parley. Well, I don't, so that's a you problem. But you got to get the redeem, dude. Oh wait, hold on a second. I see who I'm reading. My brain. You're fine. How's your happiness levels doing? I'm an idiot. Don't worry. It's fine. You're the Baron and I'm a clown. You're decently happy. You're happier than you were. You were irritated relatively recently about being out in the sunshine. And you're currently hauling a bunch of armor, which is not set to be melted down, which is a wee bit frustrating. Well, we'll see where you put it, and then I'll set it to be melted. No, I'm the clown and chat's the circus, okay? Parlays are a dead end to you? What do you mean? I don't know what was fixed because I don't know what the problem was.